Hi, everybody. Welcome to this week's Brick Talk. As always, I'm Randy. And as usual, I start off by reminding everybody that you shouldn't buy or sell anything that's spoken about on this show just because we're talking about it on the show, right? Make all of your investment decisions with the help of a licensed investment advisor, and this show, nothing on the show should be taken in any way, shape, or form as investment advice, right? Then is a licensed investment advisor, but while he's on the show, he's not acting as a licensed investment advisor. It's just one of the guys talking about investment, business, stuff of love, right? And if you weren't aware of that, I'm sorry, and feel free to leave. And if you are aware of that, feel free to participate. We'd love to hear from you. No. Having said that, welcome to everybody that's listening on Twitter and also watching on all of the various platforms, YouTube, or if you're watching in the future, hi, welcome. So this week, Danai, how you stay? How you feel?
Yeah,
How things this week with you on the market?
Interesting week on the market, you know.
Yeah.
Good. I was traded more, so I think, and that's what I was really looking at. There's some changes on the portfolio, so whenever more active, I feel like, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like there's more happening anyway because I'm literally doing more. So I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's the secret to all the news, right? You see it more, so you figure more is happening because you see it more. Same way. I'm the same way to it. Anytime, whatever I'm doing more in the market, the market feels realer to me.
Yeah, I mean, I sound like this because the waiting period isn't bad or anything. You know? It's just you're actually looking at less. So that's really it.
Mm-hmm. And regardless, I mean, we had a lot of things happen on the market this week, especially coming right into Brick Talk at the end. I mean, we see the Scotia. We saw the Scotia notice come out today, right? Right at the end. Well, that's what, maybe 2 hours ago.
About then?
Yeah,
or was it earlier?
A few hours ago. I know it's after market close. I know it's after market close. So, I mean, I know it's a big deal. I don't wait on that one file. I should say waiting for a while because look at them moving fast. I said that before, but even I'm surprised at how fast they're moving.
So some people announce things before them and still later than them and still not reach it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, about the last set the same exact thing. I mean, who we have do it recently? Scotia obviously did it well. Doing the exact same thing. I mean, not the exact same thing because obviously only school is doing the market leading process. But who else do we know that has actually done the exact same thing, meaning gone through the court process? The scheme of arrangement. I don't know the name of it.
Marita.
Missing me.
Select. Sagittarius.
True. Yeah. So
go to court and still not, and them still not do nothing after they get court approval and everything. Nothing has happened yet.
Correct. And we've seen also the same thing with I mean, almost all the financials have done it. Mayberry did it to the whole MIL, MGL move. And I thought the Mayberry one was relatively fast. Relatively fast. Yeah. But
relatively. Yeah.
The Scotia moving, and you know what I like about it moving is fast. Same thing like with our favorite broker, where it shows what I've always said.
Can be done quickly.
Exactly. Yeah, man.
Which is my footnote for like the Mayberry. They move fast because it's not that it's not possible. It's just some people take long because they want to take long.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the things I always say, like when I do in grow, is I tell people that for certain things, at certain parts of the process, is not that this thing have to take long. Is that the people that do it take long because it can be done quickly. I mean, when I say any part of the process, something like when I tell people about getting a brokerage account, and I explain to them that, hey, opening a brokerage account and getting started. And I'm talking about getting started and building your whole portfolio, but just getting a brokerage account and being able to use it is something that can happen within a day. Start to finish within a day. But it's like I say to people, it's like them don't believe me. And I know them don't believe me sometimes because I actually say it. And they say, yeah, but you hear them talk like them don't believe it. No, because you talk to them and hear people say things sometimes like, I know people tell me they've waited weeks or months to get a brokerage account loan because hiccup after hiccup. And I'm telling them that, no, I've had that process done in a day, within the day. Like within the day, start the process and able to use JTrader before trading close. And this was when market used to lock at 1 o'clock. So it's good to see when the process is run in the way that it can be run, and it gives, I guess, verisimilitude to the idea that I put out there that listen, a lot of these things, a lot of the processes are done this way because it benefits somebody for it to be done this way, or maybe somebody's inefficiency, or just somebody coming and why would I?
Cases, with specifically thing that with the account opening, very often inefficiency. More often than not, we're taking longer. Inefficiency. Yeah, somewhere in the process too convoluted, or somebody in the process is making just sitting on something.
Yeah.
Often the case.
And I feel like for the account opening one is that the people coming, because I think that's like a process, they give somebody at the front end, the front desk handling it. And that person they probably haven't been there for years. So they get a process and then hear how it's going. You come and you see somebody take long with it. So why am I going to try and do it any better? All right. It's not like it happen every day.
The thing that usually takes long in that one is understanding between the salesperson and the back desk and what exactly is required. So it's often, this document isn't, you've done this a million times, or somehow you accept this document that shouldn't be accepted, or something like that. Or even, in most cases, it's something like that. Or that document doesn't pass. So you need to get back a better one.
Yeah. Well.
And then you wonder, very often, we do it a million times, how we still getting around like that.
Yeah, sometimes just some of those processes go. As much as you try handle it, you can set a process in place where it's different when you have employees running the process. You get all kind of inefficiencies, and that's where management comes in. That's where it gets harder. But maybe to swing us back to our actual stated topic for this evening. So this evening we're talking about the age of disclosure, right? So I usually come up with, as I said before, we've done Brick Talk for so many years at this point. Side note, and that is probably a Brick Talk thing, earning season thing, the tangents. I'm knocking myself hard because last week I forgot to mention it. Last week was, I think, the 7th year anniversary of us doing this, and yeah, blew my mind. After I came off a site, I think it was on the actual date, it was on the actual Friday. I have it in there as the actual 7th year anniversary. So big up to us doing this. I hope it has helped a lot of people, and I hope it helped a whole lot more. And I say all that to say that something that I spoke about, I think, last week or the week before, is that I often wonder, why is it so hard sometimes with us with the topics? And I remember that when we started it, we do it as a podcast, so we would have the conversations, and we don't always have like a theme or we have something that we want to talk about, a couple of things we want to talk about, but we would have a set theme. And then we'd have the conversation, and then it'd be processed and uploaded out. And by that point, we know, okay, based on our conversation, we know what we want to title it, and it comes out, which is completely different from nowhere, because we put it out early. I'll put the notices about it early, and then we come on, we have that conversation live. A lot of times we stray off topic, or the tangent carries us down one or the other lanes, right? Which I don't mind, but it was just something that it took a while for it to click in my mind. So, that's why, even though we might be saying, like whatever the topic is, we don't always end up actually going at, because maybe somebody comes on and they have the conversation with us, or they come on and have the conversation with us, and it switch, or some other tangent comes up, and the tangent's so good, and that becomes the episode. So I say all that as intro for our official topic for this evening, which is the age of disclosure, which, as I put it, is around the age of disclosure, really, how things have changed on the market in terms of what we hear about, what we have to hear about, and how companies have changed in how they approach speaking to market participants, what they put out there. And we've seen the whole gamut, right? We've seen everything from companies that don't say nothing at all, the silent companies, to no, and I have to say it's a no thing. I think always wasn't this way, but like now we have actual earnings calls, right? Now we see people coming on podcasts. We've had how many listed company CEOs on Brick Talk on earnings season? We've had quite a few chairmen on earnings season Brick Talk. We've had people come on, and that's a complete change from, I would say, maybe 10, definitely 20 years ago, where it wasn't happening that way. And I think it's one of the things that is a sign of our market maturing. I even, I mean, put hitting the nail on the head. Even earlier, I was listening to Limitless, and they had a conversation with Dean Barnes, on who's the CEO of Atlantic. Actually, so Dean in the space with us here. But I don't know if you'll be able to jump on. But anytime he wants, he can. But yeah, hearing a CEO talking on a podcast about his company, which is not unusual. Now we have like Mayberry with their, is that thing weekly? I don't know if it's weekly or maybe every earnings season they have them talking about companies and having company figures on runs a gamut there, where you have more of a voice coming out from the companies, and we also have companies now giving more details, right? When you look from the angle of the finance rules, you have companies giving more details, more just overall disclosure about what it is that is happening and what they expect to happen, and sometimes what they expect to happen, but also what has happened and why. Because we know that the numbers give quite a view, but the number is the story about what happened. It's not the whole story in itself, right? And the number can hide many things. So as I said, I think it's a good conversation for us to have just generally about disclosure, things that we like seeing, things that we have seen in terms of disclosure and how it changes, and things that we want to see. And of course, anything else that you guys want to talk about, right? As usual, I always encourage anybody that you want, send a speaking request, and we'd love to hear from you. If you have a point you want to talk about, send a speaking request, and we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear your thoughts on our points. And also, if you want to talk about something completely different, right? If you want to ask how the Trans Jamaica doing, what's happening with Trans Jamaica this week, and if Trans Jamaica is up or down this week. Up today, 0.18% up today on the JMD side. Send a speaking request, and we'd love to hear from you. But our main thing is the age of disclosure, and like disclosure from the companies, how it has shifted over the years, how it's changed. And I started off in the simple way, like things that you've seen, things that you like to see, things that you want to see. So I'll start it off with you. I'll start off with you, then I can tell me some of the stuff that you've seen, or any disclosures that you're interested in, and of course, we'll have a conversation there. And for Shay, I don't know if you're hearing me. I've sent you the speaking request. If you are hearing me, you might need to jump off and jump back on, and then we'll be able to hear you, because it's still showing us a list now. But yeah, then you muted, by the way.
Yeah? Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
So I'll bring up my money.
You hear me?
Perfect.
Shay, what going?
Perfect. Shay, how you doing?
How are we doing there? Oh, yay. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, guys. I'm sorry for being late.
No big deal. It's online. It's not really early, right? Yeah. Plus the techniques we work with this week. Yeah, man. Yeah. I still wonder.
This is a really, really good topic. Something that's I think is very important, very timely as well.
Mm-hmm.
So looking forward to getting into it.
All right, but then I was saying this one like you have something already in mind. You have anything you have disclosure around? Or anything about age of disclosure?
To be completely honest, when you came up with the topic, I was thinking more globally. I don't know, my mind worked like that, where I go really wide and then narrow down. So I was actually thinking of it in terms of why now? like, all right, let me see if I can. Information sharing
Mm-hmm.
is very, very popular right now. Even in different industries, even in like entertainment, the way people are able to engage with celebrities, that's never happened before. It's not a thing that used to happen. So I was thinking
Mhm.
about it more globally. So everybody like feel like, yeah, me need to know. Why me not know? It's
Mhm.
very popular for people to expect information about people, about things nowadays. It's just I think globally
You see
that's
the
where we
baseline
are.
has
And
changed.
yeah,
Yeah.
we expect to know. We expect to know. We expect to hear about it
That's true.
and
That's
hear about it more quickly. We
Hmm.
expect to hear quickly. We expect to hear more. Just generally, no.
Yeah, we expect. On the flip side, I say one of the negatives I think about that is that because we hear so much, there are many things that, and I'm bringing it home to the market and stocks now, where there are many
Mm-hmm.
things that you don't necessarily like. There are processes, there are things that happen that you don't. If you
Mm-hmm.
understand the process, you know that you're not necessarily going to be told, or you're not going to be told immediately.
Mm-hmm.
um, or if you are told, you're told in a certain way, or some things you just have to go
Yeah.
and search for yourself. There, like some things, it's
Mm-hmm.
nobody's responsibility to tell you.
To tell you,
And
yep.
For one
And we have
hundred percent of
expectation on both sides where, or one, we generally want people, we think we should be told everything.
yes,
Mhm.
And then so it
Yeah.
becomes,
No, I'm not saying that we should. I'm just saying that
no,
is
yeah,
the
we're not
that is the
saying that at all.
expectation.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
And then but
expectation generally.
people then take their expectation as
Mm-hmm.
where the baseline for reality should be. So, oh, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not told this by whoever.
yes,
It's a mark against you.
yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whether good or bad, or just something thing like, how I never hear about this. How come you never get up and tell me in the way I
Yes.
want to hear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and truth is,
Yep.
oftentimes we are told it's just never in a way that you are looking for or you want to hear it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So interesting topic. Lots to unpack.
What was the question exactly, though, Randy? You're asking me. Is there
sorry
anything I
man.
want to hear, or this is there a disclosure I want to see, or is there a disclosure that I have seen that I found interesting, or what was the actual question?
Both of those actually, yeah, both of those are I had
All
in mind.
right.
Yeah, yeah. So disclosures that we want to see, but you hit the nail on the head just now with that. You said it better than I was saying it, which is exactly that, because it ties in so well with what Shay was saying, where because we're told so much, we have information overload nowadays, that we
Mm-hmm.
forget or don't know, or make the mistake of not knowing the things that is nobody's responsibility to tell us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, it's your responsibility to find out for yourself. And every now and then you come across those cases where it's something important, but it's nobody's job to tell you, right? It's your
Mm-hmm.
job to know. And so you think, you just see the reactions around it. And for me, bringing it home to the market, for me, what I always try to do, especially with us as investors, retail investors especially, is to point out certain things and point out how the responsibility for certain things is on us. Like, ultimately, talking about
Mm-hmm.
the stock market, ultimately these companies are companies that we own. It's our company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody would look on Michael Leachin and expect to be told XYZ in NCB. The reason he's told XYZ in NCB is because it's his, and he set up the processes and the people, and him know what it is, right? And if something is external to it, you get the people and you find out and you dig. Or if you don't know, you find somebody who should know and you question them, and you test what you get, versus just being served everything. And because we're in the age of information overload and we get served so many things, we make the mistake of thinking that everything is to be served in the same way. And
Mm-hmm.
that's doubly dangerous in the case where there are things that maybe you don't want, maybe they don't want to tell you, right? I always joke about the JSC notices, how well worded they are. The ones specifically from JSC. I mean, like I remember when, what was it, last year? Was it when was that big deal being made? I think enough time has passed now. So that big deal being made last year about trade. Is it trade info?
Oh yeah, man. With
Yeah.
yeah. Yes.
And I was saying that.
Same sort trading for
Yes, I was saying that, you know, I point that when you say the reaction, I'm surprised at how visceral the reaction is from people. Like it's almost like the anger. I say like, hey, your stock holding is not private information.
Private. Yeah.
And people are like, well, no, it must be. And I understand it because you're used to thinking that like your bank account, my bank balance is private information. It's private to me, right? My light bill is private information. It's private to me. But shareholdings of a public company traded on a public market is not private information.
Not private. It's
But,
very interesting to see that, right?
Yeah, but almost everybody involved in that process knows that if they say that to you, they're going to, the reaction is so visceral. So why would I piss the customer off? Just have them think otherwise, right? And just don't do anything. And then so when something happened, like what happened last year, you're like, how could they know? How could they know when it was talk about the market and XYZ and what said that again tonight?
The journalists.
The journalists and the trades that happened along with certain articles, and in that case, also non-disclosure, I think, was a factor in that case. And people like, no, how could they know? And I'm like, why are we concentrating on how could they know? You should concentrate on whether or not it's true. And then that gets uncomfortable, right? But we are also in a space that the annoying thing about the market is that there are lots of things in the space that.
Yeah, that's what I believe about that. It was very funny, bro. Because and think about the space we're actually in, where the moment something, remove outside of the journalist scenario, right? Think of how people treat knowing these things, right? Like everybody wants to know when, Randy owns this amount of shares. How often many people in the space are quick to share certain things as I find this thing out when it's not public, when it's not private, and how quick we want to share these things. But suddenly in this scenario, it was oh boy, why are we looking at this? Why very often on the opposite side, people want to know, and people want to be able to feel like they're prying. People want to feel like they can find out this thing about this thing. Think of how often we have this. Somebody comes with a fake page or I think an anonymous page that comes with some scoop behind the scenes of this letter sent by whoever to whoever, and I'm posting it on this fake page, and it becomes this whole thing on Twitter within the same space of I find out this and whatever, and then whatever feelings I have about it, it's very much so, and nobody says, and in those moments, how could they know? Nobody's looking at the page disclosing those things as how could they know? Why would they know this? Very often when those pages are actually sharing confidential things, private things. But then in this scenario, it became how could they know? And again, they're not focusing on what's being said, whether or not it's true. It was it was seen as this big injustice. So to me, that reality was very funny, but not to laugh.
Yeah, it's not funny, but it bring it back to disclosure. And for us as retail investors, what it looks like there is us having to know what's actually, like, what is our right to know? What is the thing that we have to be told versus what are the things that we may want to be told and they don't necessarily have to tell us, right? And removing the emotions from that. Removing the emotions from it. Or, you're on the stock market, so if you feel a way about something, the option to sell is always there, as long as there's somebody else willing to buy, right? That is also that's also something that we have to kind of get used to. Like, what is it that companies have to tell us? Another little thing I teach at Grow is point out that when it comes to investing and the market and reporting, because one of the clearest disclosures that companies give us on the market is that they report their numbers every 3 months, right? They tell you how they've done each quarter. If you think about that, it is actually baked in to the process, a gap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a gap baked into the process. That's not a month and a half gap. At minimum is baked into the process. A company can choose to be early if they want. And we've seen companies be early in the past, usually when it benefits them. But yeah, baked into the whole process is a gap, which means, you know, the guys at JMB, they know how much they know how the quarter ended. They're well aware of how the quarter ended. They're well aware how the quarter ends 1 second after the quarter has ended, right? And they're not going to be telling you about it until a month and a half from now, at best.
Yes, sir.
Right? Sometimes it's 2 months, sometimes it's 3 months after, and that's just how the rules are. So, as a retail investor, understanding that and baking that into your own process, knowing the things that you should know, you must know, you should be told, and separating that from the things that you'd like to be told, but they don't have to. Like, no company has to legally tell you how sales are going currently. We'd love to hear it, of course, right? In the times when companies tell us, we're very, very happy to hear it. Again, shouting out Limitless. And I heard Daniel Barnes talking Atlantic, he was saying he made a couple of points around the receivables management, right? And I was happy because I'm like, hey, we're hearing something that isn't out yet, right? No, he isn't giving any hard numbers. He's not breaking any rules. In fact, there are no rules to break. The companies can't tell you if they choose to. They choose not to. But that's something good to look out for. And it's important to know the difference between, hey, a gift and a requirement. Because what happens then is when you get the gift, you think it's a requirement.
Very often people get the gift too often, and then suddenly, the moment they don't get it, it's why? How dare you stop?
Exactly. And for shrewd investors, you also know to look out for when the gift is being given, and if the gift stops, right? I remember that quarter when I think Barita was it the last time they were doing their APO? The last APO they did? Could have that wrong, but I think so on the last APO they did. And they reported within, I want to say a week or 2 weeks. I want to say like the quarter ended and they reported like 2 weeks or a week. Or if it's not 2 days, something that nobody else. Since then, I'm not seeing anybody do it that quickly. I haven't seen anybody do it that quick. Yeah, immediately after, right? And the thing I always say at Grow is, like I said to people, you have a job, right? I mean, at work, you use a computer. You know, it's not a slow thing. you know how things are going. These companies are multi-million and multi-billion-dollar companies managing stuff. They know how things are going. So they know. In fact, there are rules around them not saying things, but not trading until they have disclosed certain things, right? That's why we have insider trading laws, insider trading rules. So that, I think, is one part of the disclosure game that has been played very, very well, and the companies have been sticking to that for the most part. But I think on our end as retail investors, there's a whole lot more that we have to do to understand what is the gift versus what is the requirement, and not just ball for everything as if it's a requirement. And then also know who things are required from. That's a big one that I think is beating us. But maybe I don't want to do everything in one go. So I'll leave that one for now. Maybe we'll talk about it later. So we do have somebody that joined us early though. Lopo, I believe. Lopo, you hearing us?
Hey man, I hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up?
What's good?
Oh, go on.
Not much for you stay.
Yeah, man, enjoying the Friday and the conversation so far. Big up on yourself,
Big up,
as
big up.
usual. Big up Shay. Long time. Last time we did I thought you never there.
I don't know if Shay know that we're
Yes,
hearing
man.
her. Shay, you hearing us?
Yeah, man, I was saying big up yourself, Lopo.
Yeah, man. So yeah, here. So we're good. We're
Yeah,
good.
man.
All right.
I'm here.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting week, and an interesting topic for you guys to be approaching tonight. Um, I had some strong opinions about some things that happened this week, and
Mm.
I mean, firstly, I think in the space that we're in right now, on this forum that you guys have created to talk about the market and in all aspects and all forms, and definitely over the years, be just putting people into a place where they seek information, and that the things shared here are properly verified. Um, it seemed like it went left again this week in certain forums, and that's unfortunate. I don't like that, um, especially when it's not something that is being refuted with anything except conjecture, and there's nothing solid being said. So this whole conversation, to me, when it came to about disclosures or things that were said about companies' tax eligibility based on
Okay.
processes that we all saw happen.
Okay. I was wondering what you're talking. I was like, yo, you're talking like a politician, brother. Yeah, go around.
See, I was going to
I
be
guess.
way more frank on this
My practice, man.
than I was, but me hearing the talking very like well structured. So I guess me just a
Okay.
couple.
Thank you. Yeah, you can. You can. That's not bad. But yeah, you're talking about. Okay, so we're talking. I mean, about the Atlantic, and it's not just Atlantic,
Yeah.
because it really is
No,
not
it
Atlantic.
wasn't.
Atlantic. I think
It's not exactly. Not just
Yes.
Atlantic.
it's not
It's
Atlantic
not just
at all.
Atlantic.
It's a lot of companies, but it's something that came up. At least I spoke about it, like we do on this show. We're not pretending. Right? We're not the business news. We're actual investors. So I spoke about Atlantic because I invest my money in Atlantic, right? And Atlantic, they were suspended for one day, as we know, or one or two, like the Friday and then back the next week. It is what it is. And then I have to consider that as my investment, like what's happening with my investment there, because I know what the law says, right? And the law does say that, in the event, we've said it multiple times on the show, the law does say that if a company is suspended from the market, it doesn't say this, I'm paraphrasing, but pretty much it says that from the point you join the junior market until 15 years later, if at any point during that time period you're delisted, suspended or delisted, you lose a tax break, and you have to repay all of the money that you've gotten from any years that were taxed, right? And that's been my point. And of course, as a unhappy at that point Atlantic shareholder, I want to know about it. I mean, I've been as open about it. I sold a lot of my shares. I wasn't happy selling them, not because I didn't like it. If it hurt my heart after, because after I sell this, the Q2 results came out. And if you guys saw those Q2 results, but they were quite cute.
They're good.
Yeah, they're not good. They're great. They're right along the lines of what I think some of us would know to have been expecting from
wanted
long
to
time.
see. Yeah, expected and wanted to see. It's like,
yeah, man. The girl grads. I mean, the girl grads know how long I've been talking about this too, and how excited I was. So you know how happy I am. The shares went by at 70 and 60, not 60. I don't think they went as low as 60. But the shares that I bought at 70 odd and 80 odd cents. I mean, I'm happy for their future when I'm seeing results like these, right? When I'm seeing results that show, just to give you a top line view, 42 million in profit against 785 million in revenue that's against just the Q2. The profit is 140% higher than it was the year before. And funny enough, as good as that number sounds, 140% increase on the one quarter, 351% increase on the Q1. I'm not as impressed by the percentage, although it is impressive, because to me it's like a new company, right? Like this is the first we're really seeing what the new Atlantic is. It might have the same name as it has before, but it's a completely new company in my view. So then the tax break point is like a thorn in my side. Like I need clarity on that. And so that's where I brought it up from. No, Lopo, like you said, I saw. I mean, some other. I wouldn't have said anything either. I did talk in the SOTR group. Usually wouldn't say anything, but I've learned to not let some things go lightly because people are
Yeah, and
talking
just
about,
fly.
yeah, because we saw the share price drop, right? And people are talking
Yeah.
about it as if, oh, there's any manipulation or whatever. One, that's not how manipulation works. Two, two, I'm not a happy seller of my shares, right?
My
I am
brother.
not a happy seller of my
I
shares.
find let us be real here, man. Like, manipulation conversation comes in. Like, why? Because you don't want to say the shares, and you're upset that somebody's saying something that sounds bad against it. Is that really it? Like I'm not allowed to express what the law says.
That is my point. And this goes back to something that, especially in my line of work, really grinds my gears. And not to make this too doomy and gloomy or whatever, but it's the same thing, the same example of like when we did have the whole COVID Ambas website thing, data breach thing. And it was the foreign reporter that was reporting on basically the ridiculous security policy that they had with the data that was going through that website. And like the local ministers was acting like um that type of disclosure is illegal, and basically saying that the same type of work that people do in in cybersecurity research and all of them things which was what the reporting was, is boy, like if they catch the Australian man out here, so they would have lock him up because having information is a crime. that, that,
Having some information is a crime. Some information
yeah,
sometimes is a crime. So
yeah, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
you can
That's
fight
not.
that.
I find that ridiculous. Well, politics done with me, Yeah, I find that ridiculous. And in the same scenario, I just draw the parallel of like, this is a law that you can go on the ministry's website and look up right now.
Yeah, and if it is that's like saying, to me it's more like, it's like saying, imagine you find out, like you reading JBG's report and them say, oh yo, fraud go on, and then you come and me already come online and say, yo, say that fraud thing, I sell my shares because I'm not comfortable.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with the fraud. Yeah,
And then you're there, get up and say, boy, them two, they might have manipulated them because we're talking about something that the company did and how it impacts them, and then how it makes me as an investor feel or is affected. That don't make no sense. So yeah,
and
very often,
I need to nip one I just said in the bud, because you're saying yes, there's some information that is illegal. I want those things to be clear, that there are actual clear details as to what type of information is illegal. Zine?
That's true.
I think it even more matters how you get it, right? Not necessarily.
Yes, where it comes from, exactly. Yeah, so
That
like,
that that, that might be true. I'm not saying no as being technical with you, and I say some information is illegal because
Yeah.
truthfully,
yeah,
having some information is illegal. That is something that's an example of disclosure. It's on us to know what is or isn't illegal. I'm not getting into the politics of that whole situation, but then obviously I think that people, too many things involved. But then you're bringing up like that. A very amber colored situation that I don't. It's
yeah,
too
yeah,
hot on
yeah,
Twitter right now. I don't. I don't want to touch on that's hot on Twitter. But I think Sir Daniel wanted to jump in. I don't know if he's hearing us. I think he wanted to jump in. If he is, Sir Daniel, are you hearing us?
I think I saw him do the dance where he was a speaker, and
I think
then him
maybe he's just
disappear.
rejoining. I think maybe he's
Yeah,
rejoining. Yeah.
yeah. So I know that happened to me all the time with this. So I'm hoping that's it.
Yeah.
Um, okay, I see him back as a listener now, so maybe he'll jump back on.
Yes.
Um, but yeah, in general, so that whole thing, this whole color and perspective around that, in that conversation as well, it also like I thought it was I thought there were unpleasant things that were being brought up from that conversation, but I actually like that it got to a point where more things were suggested. One from starting from you, with your little ruffle. Mind them confused with the other guy that did the ruffle at the time. Uh,
And Aaron Rapper, bro. You only heard me.
is he? Well, I say air did season the host mute, so I don't know if you know what I talk. But based on that conversation, people actually were digging around and looking for companies who had been suspended, um, at and seeing any tax implications, and a lot of the companies that were suspended and we weren't seeing any tax implications were companies that were not making profit. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
What's really up?
yeah, man. And then one a frequent guest on the show. I don't know who I get loaded up for who fired what, but the frequent guest on this program here actually found one that was suspended that has made profit, and there was no communication around their tax break being
Being removed. Yeah.
removed or, or needing to be repaid or anything.
Mhm.
And that company was Iron Rock.
Yes, sir.
And even ironically, speaking of disclosure and the new market and new communication, Iron Rock went and had a nice forum. Was it the next day?
Mm-hmm.
They had a nice little forum talking about their results. And in the audited results that we were looking at from that conversation from the Atlantic startup, um, in their last audited, they fully mentioned that they're paying half tax. And on the quarterly numbers that they just released, and they're having the Mayberry what was she was a advisor but representative go through the numbers and state all the details. They have on the last quarter's result nil tax
Interesting,
because
yeah.
because of the junior market,
Yes, sir.
and that's the company that's monitored by the FFC. So therefore there is not just public listing responsibility they have on their numbers, they have fiduciary XYZ in regards to the numbers. So it's like I feel like these things should be discussed and it should not be the end of the world.
Yeah, yeah, man. People pick and choose, you know. I'd say it's very much within the line of what we're saying of, oh, people feel certain ways about things, and then very quickly they decide thing there. Oh, so this disclosure, I'm getting this at a certain level. I take whatever for granted until it reaches a certain line. People will be thinking, and then sometimes it reaches a line where, oh, this makes me feel this way, and suddenly you're not okay with it anymore, right?
I'm just like, are we not
Think
supposed
of,
to care?
I wonder sometimes. I think of SSL.
Yeah, think of SSL. Think
That's
think,
along the line of disclosures and certain things that shouldn't really fly past, and then we're in a situation at the end of at the end of that training, we're in a situation. If certain discussions were had earlier, we'd be fine, all right? Or we could remedy certain situations or just cut certain things at a certain point if certain discussions were had earlier. That's
yeah, but no, it's just the world wicked and the runner not getting money. Like no, we need for and them something. Yeah, we need fair do.
yeah. All right, boy, you want me to talk? You want me to talk? Oh my god. Because again, somebody can come on Twitter and say XYZ. I found out this and da, 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 da. And then the mob gets up and runs with it. And it's
Mhm.
not manipulation, or it's not bad to talk about that in whatever case, but then suddenly, no, boy, it's
Well,
almost
well,
like it's almost like it can. See if I said this to so way.
well. To answer your question,
A man can.
in my opinion, Randy,
Yeah.
the who is an important thing to highlight in terms of what is enforcement or what is regulation, what is monitoring and all of that. But we as citizens, being able to observe and speak to things, I think it's more empowering for the entire community that to not have
Yeah.
that be persecuted or find a way to find that as the negative or the all of the connotations that people be having around people just having real conversations that have basis in truth. Like this is like these things happened. Like we don't it don't have to be the end of the world, but they happened. It's truth. There's truth behind it. Like we're not making anything up. You know what I mean? So having that discourse being something that's available to us without it being like, oh well, obviously it's something bad you do because you talk about it. Like we're not supposed to care. Like people put money in these things.
Mhm.
These things are not these buildings that I see out here where all of them skyscraper yeah, for all of them financial is things and people money you build them something there.
Mhm.
So what we mean what me mean is we're not supposed to care. But care. A business.
I think one thing that's important also for us to get is that caring doesn't mean that you're hating. Like I don't hate something because I want to know how it go. You get me? Even if it's a bad thing, I don't hate it just because I want to know. Not talking about SSL, that's obviously something else. But wanting the disclosure there, wanting clarity there, and seeking clarity there doesn't mean that you hate it. I say that hopefully as a segue, I see Sir Daniel joining us again. So Sir Daniel, are you hearing us?
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I spoke to Randy earlier and said to him, good evening to your listeners. A Friday evening. I thought you guys would be out relaxing, man, but
Oh,
you're
bro.
impressing on the investing community, the importance of knowledge. And I listen quite keenly. And I'm impressed with the wealth of knowledge firstly, but secondly, the extent of the issues discussed, I think, is very much important.
All
Can
right.
can you imagine us 20 years ago?
Well, I was here 20 years ago, and yeah, it wasn't like this at all. Well, Friday night 20 years ago, that'd be what, oh 06?
Oh, day.
Yeah, I wasn't quite wild yet. Maybe
I
8 years
was, I
ago,
was
yeah.
quite young actually, And
Friday nights were for
wow.
drinking. Yeah. But older and a little bit,
Yeah.
hopefully wiser now.
Yes, I told Randy that I would be more than willing to have a discussion with your listeners and your Twitterers. I don't know the exact thing. I have a little age on me, and I might look young-ish. But I would no, he's a man play my football 3, 4 days a week, play some Scrabble, play some domino. 'Cause you have to keep the mind active
And
now
that's
and
true.
then some chess. So
It's
it's very important.
100% true. It's 100% true. And I like, you know what
Yeah.
I like? Since we're on the topic
Mm.
to Sir Barnes, I like one thing I was saying in my group of a girl group that I liked was how open you were up front. You're right in front of it. Good, bad, or ugly, you're talking about and talking about immediately. Um, and being open in what your response is in terms of handling it one way or another, right? Which I think I want to start off by praising that because and let me exclude Sardinal from what I'm about to say. We've seen, let me put it this way, we've seen the gamut of the market. We've seen the great stories on the market and maybe the not so great stories on the market. And I think that it bodes well for Atlantic that one of the makings of the great stories on the market is that the CEO is so willing to speak immediately and not leave things up to speculation, right? Blind speculation. So thank you for that, Sir
Yeah.
Barnes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I haven't engaged social media as much as I ought to. And
That's good. Listen, that's good. If you were, let me tell you something. Any CEO that have time to be on Twitter all the
Woo!
time, yeah,
Yes.
that's a problem. Yes, you need to be busy. You need to be busy. Yeah, man.
Oh God, trust me. I mean, when you look at the macro numbers, sorry to segue. I mean, then I should know. When you look at the macro numbers, it's kind of worrying. So as I said to my team, that listen, me, one thing I know in every parish, in every district, in every community, every single week, there's somebody changing out a bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
There's somebody constructing a little one bedroom.
Mhm.
There's somebody doing there's somebody marking out a football field that they need some white, some white line.
Yeah.
There's some activity that requires some product that we sell. We are
Mhm.
acutely aware of how competitive the market is, but I am of the view, having been the CEO of ARC for quite a number of years, that
Mhm.
the relationship is what makes a difference now. The relationship is all about relationship, because pricing, most companies are going to be in and around the same price. It's really a oligopolistic competition. The big two set prices, and all other participants, some way, somehow, have to. What we have been fortunate about is that we serve a lot of the smaller hardware stores in the nooks and crannies, so we're able
Yeah.
to add a little spice here and there in terms of the pricing to get up the margins to cover our transportation costs. But at the same time, it allows us to diversify the product offerings that we sell to them. I'm sorry, I'm the CEO. I have to always sell my company. So I
Listen,
know
as a
this I
shareholder,
don't
I want to
this
hear you doing that.
Oh, our
Yeah.
company.
this ad was paid for by Atlantic Hardware and Plumbing Company, 105 to 107 Marcus Garvey Drive. But more seriously, the point was raised earlier about disclosure, and what I have now appreciate is the importance of disclosure. Had I known, and I have quite a illustrious board who have persons with more experience than I do, but had we known the extent of the implication of not divulging or not seeking to disclose
Mhm.
or to indicate to the market something pertaining to the tax matter, because it's a real issue, and it is one that I will be frank with you and tell you that we have discussed internally. We have asked our attorney for a position, which they have provided, but we're also asking a tax specialist, because the underlying fact is that when you examine the subsidiary legislation or the subsidiary law, I don't want to get too much in legalese,
Mhm.
it speaks definitively that companies who are A
Mhm.
or B will have the issue of the taxes sought out.
Correct.
However, I know that it reports to a parent act, which gives the minister discretion. So it's not all us. That's number one. And number two, having gone through it now, because it's something that has not only piqued my interest in the sense of specific to Atlantic, it piqued my interest also as relates to the overall market, because our research has shown that there are about 11 companies
Mhm.
on the junior market that would have suffered such fate, including a company that is regulated by the FSC. No, me not inform, I'm not telling now, you can do research.
That's what the Americans call dry snitching. Well, I'll tell you this:
Eh?
as a shareholder of that company, which is Iron Rock Insurance,
Oh
I
Lord, me never say nothing,
you didn't say
Rasta.
no. I'm saying it. I have my money
Yeah,
in
look,
Iron
already
Rock
looked
too.
up in
Yeah, I
that.
have my money in Iron Rock too, and I'm wondering because they've also not made any provision for it. And I think it's that, and I get Iron Rock is just one of, as you said, Dina, just now 11. You didn't say Iron Rock, I did. But the fact remains that it is a question that has to be answered because
Correct.
we know how the government does it. 2 years from now, they might change their mind, and then you have to provide for, and you don't want that sort of headache.
Absolutely. 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 So we have asked our a tax specialist to look into it, because I boldly told them that if I'm a shareholder, I'm coming to the AGM to ask that question.
And they are.
so so we're awaiting it. I had a lengthy discussion with my chairman about it, having heard the perspective of the attorney, which the precedent that the attorney spoke of is it does not vacate from the fact that there's an obligation. So not because A, B, or C um are not carrying it on their books mean that D shouldn't. So
Indeed.
we're sorting that out. Give us some time. I have to wait. And I said before, we're looking at the parent act, which is income tax act that provides a minister actually with the discretion. So we could actually write to the minister and ask that, ABC. Because for me, I find it, and I mean, I might be wrong in viewing it as such, that over the last 3 years, and perhaps even longer, the extent of what is required for companies, especially those listed, um, a significant increase. And what happened is that the auditing firms are extremely stretched, and you can do your own research. Quite a number of companies are coming in a little later than normal. It can't be that all the accounting system for all the companies are completely out of whack. There must be something. Because we, for example, fought with our auditors quite extensively to treat with the issue of the ECL because we have a certain perspective, they have a certain perspective. Overnight, we were providing for X, and overnight they basically wiped $54 million off our earning. Boom.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We had to hug it up last minute and said, listen, we have to post. We can't go another day. So I think we're suspended for 2 days. I think today it is a record. So
Yeah.
it is a record. Most companies are suspended for a month, 2 months, a year, six. But a suspension is a suspension. So is it then? And I'm talking just from a reason. If I'm an innocuous observer, I'm not talking as a CEO of Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you going to punish a company and its investors for something in commercial terms a simple slap on the wrist?
Mm.
So in my view, the stock exchange rules need to change, need to be amended, and to be more explicit as it relates to a suspension. For example, we can understand delisting. That's absolute.
Mm-hmm.
But a suspension could arise for could be a result of several different things why a company hasn't published. The extent of the period suspension is a completely different thing. If you're suspended from school for a month, you're basically out of school. As again, someone who is suspended for 3 days. So I think it's a matter that as I said to my chairman, we need to write to the minister about it because I think it's not an Atlantic specific issue. It's something that needs to be ventilated and a position arrived at. In law, I can tell you, when I read the act, not from the perspective of Atlantic, I see a lot of mischief inside there.
Uh, well, you have more legal knowledge than me, but I'll give you some pushback, not on that, but I'll give you some pushback on the idea of the JC changing its rules for this. And I mean, I respect the position, but being plain, I mean, Atlantic was, how late were you? You're 91 days late.
Yes,
91. That's more than 3 months.
correct. But again, the circumstances, you're moving from really a small firm to a completely new firm, which
Agreed.
we have to take some responsibility for that. A new firm, relatively new in Jamaica, because they basically just came back to Jamaica. So they're really building up. And, I don't want to say we were the guinea pigs or anything like that, but that's that was part of it, as well as there are some internal matters that we had to deal with as well. Thank God for us. I think we're in a way, way better position. I feel absolutely comfortable. So we took our hits.
Mhm.
Well, we are going back up.
I believe so. I mean, the company is strong and only getting stronger. So there's no knock to that. And I do agree with you that I think the question needs to be answered. And I could also see the JC adjusting some of the rules, but and this is just my personal view. Maybe an adjustment along the lines of, I can think two things. One, maybe your very first set of reports, your very first audited, because it's a change in a company coming to the market, right? It is a true change in how the company
Believe you
runs.
me, change. Sorry to win in, but change
No,
is an
man, go ahead.
understatement. Change is an understatement. When
Yes,
I tell you
and if
change
you
is an
heard,
under,
yeah, if you heard earlier, I was
a
talking to Danai, I saying that
seismic.
that is,
Seismic change.
I think the only things that remains the same is the name of the company. You guys have
Correct.
made a new company.
Correct.
Yeah, completely new processes. I'm sure new people, new location, and within that time, I plan to ask you about this in a few minutes. Not now. After we get off this point, acquisition or however it is you word what you've done with the agri side, right? Which is
Yes.
on its own complexity. So I feel for you there as an
For me
investor,
too.
a biased investor who owns
Feel for
Atlantic
me too.
shares. Yeah, but I don't know that I want the rule to be adjusted because it have a whole heap of leeway in there. Have a whole heap of
Yes.
leeway in there. However, I think the threat of what the suspension brings, which is the repayment, I think there might be some room for adjustment there.
Even with suspension thing there, like mention like suspension versus delisting and then full repayment. Yeah, I think that's a lot. You know, if you delist, then sure, pay back everything. Suspension, I think maybe like put on a time basis. Like, oh, if you're suspended for a certain amount of time, then oh, definitely go pay back everything.
Yeah, or
Versus
for the
Them in the same line, and like one line
yeah,
up
man,
at top
yeah.
and
man,
one
trust
down
me,
at bottom,
yes,
Suspension or deal is how you
delisting.
get both of them in
What
the same line,
well,
same paragraph.
why I'd say
But
that
the rules
is
are the rules. We have to respect the rules. So
true. So
until when they are altered, then we just have to respect the rules.
That is the crux of the problem we have. Rules are the rules.
Mm.
Me and Randy are saying, boy, like I don't know if you heard earlier, but that's the line where we have to go down as investors. Like, okay, the rules are the rules. They're in this position because these are the rules.
So
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 our position as investors have to change based on the rules and what the reality they present for us.
well, not long from now, you will have a clearer position as we to the way forward.
I'm looking forward to that because
Indeed.
I'm one of many shareholders who are very, like I said, very happy seeing these results. And I won't put you
Isn't that
under too
sweet?
much pressure under this point while you're
No
here.
man, go ahead. That's but there, don't
All
beat
right,
me up too much. That's all. Me
all
get
right.
some dinner a while ago from the old lady, so I'm not too hungry. So I'm go.
All right, all right. So I'm not going to pressure you on that point. I'd like to I'll move on, and because you can't say one way or another. I think if we're just talking the three or the four of us here, I think all four of us would love for it to be wiped away and we move on. But either way, Atlantic exists, right? The company is strong regardless. So let's talk some other things, right? One of the other things I heard you talking about was St. Thomas.
Yes.
So what are your plans to ensure that every single thing built in St. Thomas is built with Atlantic purchase materials?
Just to bring the Brick Talk family up to date with what is happening. Separate, we are part of the Muslims group.
Mhm.
And Separate is one of the flagship companies under the Muslims group. And the chairman announced, I think about a week or 2 weeks ago, that they intend now to literally build hundreds of houses in St. Thomas. So my intentions, because I've shared with the chairman, I'm very much certain that quite a lot of the building materials will flow through us, as well as Lumber Depot, as well as Island White Concrete, because they're cousins and sisters
Mhm.
and brothers. They're all some way under the umbrella of Muslims.
Correct.
So we are very much excited. I'm eagerly anticipating not only breaking ground, but actually the ordering of building materials. We have extended since the hurricane into lumber and zinc and um, angles, squares, flats. So we are in a better position now. But plus, we have international supplier network. So even items that we do not stock, we are able to supply. So we are ready, and we ventured into distribution to the hotel sector, the reconstruction that took place. Quite a lot of the roofing products, they felt the T111 plywood, we supply them. So we have tasted it, and we are confident that it's an era where we want to continue to grow in.
I'm very, very happy to hear that. On that point that you mentioned with the cement, so I had said that there's a question I want to ask because when I listen to Limitless, both of the Limitless appearances, and by the way, big up to Limitless and big up to you for doing it also. You are part of, as I said it before, I'll say it again, you're part of the new, I think the new cadre of CEOs on the market that professional, but also bringing openness to that professionalism, right? So you can hear from the company leader as to how the company is doing and where the company is going. So I have a question that I've always wanted answered. I remember in your first interview you mentioned considering getting or applying for the cement. What do they call it? Under the Cement
This is
Act, you have to get a license to import, an import
yes,
license. Yeah.
the minister has to issue a license to you, provide that it's signed off by cabinet. Yes, indeed so.
Yeah, and then you said in your most recent one that you've decided that it would be more prudent to not do it. I guess cost wise, maybe the cost for the license and the and what it requires, it wouldn't make sense if you can already get the cement.
All right, so let me give you an appreciation of the cement market based on the information that I have.
Mm-hmm.
The cement market in Jamaica is roughly perhaps about 100,000 tons per month. Carib cement is by far the cement in the market. I mean, I estimate that the binos will do between now and next year, perhaps about 100,000 tons to 150,000 tons now. And this is all contingent on NARA actually not only coming into fruition from a legal standpoint, but from an operational standpoint. I think that's a big, big issue in the room right now. How soon can NARA be up and running and start construction and reconstruction activities? Now, I am acutely aware that between now and the rest of the year, I do not expect any significant growth in construction activity. Now, if I'm of such view, then why would I expose the company to additional working capital requirements in a market that, frankly speaking, is lukewarm at the moment? I don't believe it would be prudent. No, once the government kicks off NARA and is up and running, then I would want to enter the room and say, listen, man. And we have the access, you're acutely aware. Give me a piece of the pie. I think at that time, we will be in a better position to participate. In any event, if that is not successful, then one of the importers more than likely will engage to do some distribution on their behalf because we have a national distribution network and they don't. I suspect, and this is something that I have indicated to the political directorate, that I don't believe it was the best decision to give out 500,000 tons in licenses at this time because the market is not there for it.
Well, what you mean when you say the market is not there for it? Because what the Minister of Commerce said at the point when he was giving it out is that it was twofold. It was one to make up for at the time, the shortfall in supply from Carib Cement, but also with an eye to NARA and the future growth and the future construction expected. So my assumption was that was being done with like, listen, we might be, let's say that the market is there for 100, but we're giving you up to 120 because we know what we're going to be doing over the next 3, 4, 5 years.
So it's not 120, it's actually 150.
Oh, you
That's
wanted
the
more.
challenge. No, that's a challenge because remember, if we agree that the market is, well, it's not fully 100,000 tons. For discussion purposes, we say 100,000 tons.
Mm-hmm.
Or say 1,000,000 tons
Mm-hmm.
and you're giving out, you gave out licenses for 500,000 tons, which is half the year supply.
Mm-hmm.
NARA will not come into full operational effect to best case scenario of March next year.
Mm-hmm.
You have 6 months to actually import the cement. Did you see that?
Yes.
So tell me, what are you going to do with that cement when you import it and put it in the warehouse and wait for the government projects to start? I couldn't expose my shareholders to that any at all.
That's true. And you see, I get into a double bias here because I'm also a shareholder in CHL, who was one of the recipients of an increased
So,
assistant license.
so they are okay, and I will tell you why they are okay. When the average consumer walks into a hardware store, pardon my use of the colloquial, say, yo, big boss, beg your bag of cement there.
Mm-hmm.
What he's really saying is beg your bag of carried cement.
True.
No, the binos and CHL over the last 5, 6 years have actually built out their brand. So people know about the anchor cement. Now, explain if you are an ordinary hardware owner, why would you take up a bag of new cement to distribute today? Bear in mind that you have to come outside to explain to every single man that
That is the same cement, yeah.
is the same 32.5 and 42.5 kg. It's the same cement. It's just a different name. You can't. So unless there's a significant price differential, so a man will buy 10 bucks, say I save shops. But me I save on 2 grand. More on the 2 grand there. And the cement I save, me willing to test it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have such a discount, then you have a problem. So I think one of the importers know what they've targeted, it seems, are the block makers, which is good because the block makers want our rapid hardening cement or cement that as you done the block within a couple of hours, once it come out of the machine, it's ready for distribute. No, that can work for a block maker. But think about a man with mixing matter and want to take him time and do him rendering. And you know the people in other industry. The man them have to burn a little spliff. So by the time them go around the corner and burn a little spliff, the cement not hard up on them.
Mm.
So it suits one sector, but not the other sector. So because of all of those issues, I said, listen, we watch. We watch at this time. Nah, participate any at all. Despite the possibilities of big number. Because, if you get 50,000 ton of cement, 50,000 times 23.45, you're talking about what? A million, a million bags of cement. You're looking at $1 billion added to our sales overnight.
Mm-hmm. 1.17
That's
bill, yeah.
you understand?
Yeah.
So it's big business. But at the same time, the infrastructure and everything required to set up, I don't believe is an opportune time. No. I'm not dismissing it, but it's not opportune between now and the rest of the year. I hope I brought some clarity to that.
I get the clarity, but then my pushback on that is that, I mean, the license it was not a limited license, was it? It was just like it was an increase in what they're allowed. So my assumption is that it lasts into next year and going forward.
No,
No, it's a limited license. Oh.
specific. So it's a group got 100,000 tons.
Mm-hmm.
Malone group got 100,000 tons. Island Wide Concrete, which is our sister company, got 60,000 tons, I believe. Gore got 60,000 tons. Tankwell, I believe, got 75 or 100,000 tons. So it was specific. It's not like, and yes, they perhaps can get an extension because what I said to the political directorate is that it makes sense to extend it instead of 6 months. Tell them that they can carry it in over a year. So that is what has happened. That is what I advise them to do, because otherwise, from that you're gonna have some people are gonna lose some money.
Well, this is where my bias comes in. As long as Atlantic and CHL don't lose the money,
You good?
I'm good.
yeah, I don't give a damn about the company
Yep.
side or that's how we go. We're
Oh no.
bias there. We're biased around
And
here.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Bro, you
It,
don't no shame, I mean, I no problem with that. Me
nah, well,
agree,
listen.
1,000%.
I'm hungry, right? I've been here. I'm hungry. But here's the thing. Here's the
Can drop
question I
in a
really
quick
want to
question?
ask. I want you to,
I,
but I
I,
want to ask this question first. I want to ask this question first because nobody's ever asked. I don't know if Dina, if you can answer it. But is there any planned specific future synergies, if you will, between Buying House and Atlantic? Because Buying House's anchor cement is they don't have the market they don't have the visibility of Carib Cement, but it is known and it does they sell off their license every year, right? They sell off the imported amount every year. So it does have some
Right.
amount of notoriety within the construction space. And I do believe Atlantic carries it. So are there any plans around a specific synergy between Buying House and Atlantic with regards to cement?
Okay, so two things. Right now we only carry carb cement. And secondly,
I have a picture
we
of your warehouse with Anchor Cement in there, you know. Let
no,
me tell
but
you
as
that.
somebody as some fraud thing that I need to know
No,
who to
sir.
sue.
I don't know who to sue, but I have a picture of your warehouse with Anchor. Granted,
Me
I don't know
need
how
to
long
know.
ago it was, but it's since you've been CEO.
Me, me need to know who to sue. But on a serious note, from where I sit, I am one who subscribe to the philosophy of relationship of commercial convenience.
Mm-hmm.
And suffice to say, I think if there exists an opportunity for Atlantic to benefit, then we're more than prepared to have the discussion. And I will boldly tell you that I did not think about it. But now that you have brought it to the table, it's something that I will definitely figure out exactly what can be done because we are right next to the port in Kingston, so it would be
Yeah,
ideal for them to ship this side. So
yeah.
you're onto something. Thank you
I,
very
I,
much. I'm glad
I,
that I'm here.
well, happy to hear that. But you know who know more about it than me?
Ooh.
Paul Scott, because he also owns a good chunk of. No, he's in so many things. Construct Group. He's in Construct with Jeffrey Hall, whose company just bought a good chunk and have another. They have about 40% on paper. They have half already, and they have the agreement to get the other half to get them up to about 40% of CHL. And he did that via Kingston Wharves. And he's one of the owners in your private company, Construct Group, that is Paul Scott and him. So
Why you know I go on. Trust me.
listen. Yeah. So I know that I am not the first person to say this to you. So I wish you were here so I could see your face because I don't think it's me tell you about it. I
No man, no, me no waste slide of base, man. No, you hear a little thing here and there, but in terms of concretize, now that it out in the space, I will look more closely.
okay. I won't
But
pressure you on
there,
it anymore.
but yeah, man, no man, but I appreciate that. We learn every day. I appreciate that.
All right. Because as far as I'm concerned, CHL is theirs, already. I look to the future. If they have 40% of it already, they did the same thing with lumber. I will see Jeffrey Hall already making the move. They're going to have 40. The other people in lumber is Hart, who is on the board of your sister company, separate along with Paul Scott. And yeah, so to me, it was a done deal. A done deal.
Yeah,
So just let us know when you guys can disclose what I already see, right? Because Damisem, they're working and you already have the distribution. You distribute all over the
yeah.
island, right?
You know what is the funny thing about Domisem? I'll share this with you. You know that Arc was the first company that did business with Domisem. I actually bought the first shipment of cement from Dominican Republic from Domisem,
Word.
and there was this big war with Carib Cement over it, and the minister and
Yes.
Jamaica and Dominican
Yes.
Republic. I can tell you, that's
Yes.
all of that. And
Yes.
and I will tell you this much, so I can say it now because it's years. We were the same one who bought the cement from Carib Cement and ship it to Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Well, if you can do that again via Atlantic, please. If
Ah,
you can do it.
God, those were some good old days. Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, sir, there are some synergies, and I think the honorable Paul Scott in his wisdom is sit at a table where they're seeing 3 4 years down the line. And
Hmm.
I remember the day when I met him at Susie's, and he said to me, what are you doing? I said, well, I resigned from ARC, and I think I'm going to practice law full time. And then he said that, by the way, you had mentioned some time ago about Atlantic. Is it still for sale? I said, I think so, Him say, well, let's buy it. And as they would say, the rest is history.
Then I hear that.
Mm.
Randy,
The general said,
so if you
let's
need to
buy it.
mention something to him, so if you need to mention something to him.
Mhm.
Then I said, let's buy it. Yeah, yeah, we have one or two things
Get
we'd
up
love for him to bring within the fold, boy.
and say, let's come to that Randy now. Let's buy it.
Yeah, 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 yeah. My God. Um, and we wondered because from even when you were at ARC, you came up at least on our internal list because we are wondering when would ARC list.
Mhm.
Um,
Can't speak of that. I can't speak to that any at all. Up to
yeah,
now, I can give you Norman's number and the CEO's number at any point in time.
okay.
But I
Yeah, but it was when you left and then you see Atlantic, I was like, okay, I know him take it serious. And what I do like is that at Atlantic, you have skin in the game. You are also a shareholder.
Yeah, no, that was, as we would say in law, a necessary precondition. I told the Honorable PV that, listen, me, I have never seen salary on a will. So what do you mean?
It's a fact.
I said, well, you can't will your salary. I mean, anything I do, and I have to have something inside here. I don't have your money, but I have to have something inside here. And, I can't speak of the extent of the conversation that we had, but suffice to say, though, that he said to me, if we're going to buy this business, I want you to come and run it for me for at least 3 years. And yes, I agree. You must
Mm,
have some skin in the game. That's the extent of what I can say.
well, I'm very happy that you do have skin in the game.
Indeed.
Yeah, yeah, but outside of the hard questions that we know you'll have to answer, tax break or no tax break, it don't matter. And you know what I should point out, so since we talked about the tax break point, it's not. It's like you're suffering from your success. The reason why the question hasn't really come up before, outside of with ROC, is because
ROC.
all the other junior market companies that got suspended, they don't make any profit.
Yep.
So
Yep.
there was never any profit to take, so nobody ever thought of it. Along comes so that's just a simple truth, with the exception of ROC, and at the time ROC wasn't really doing as well as it is now. So the problem is that Atlantic is doing well and clearly doing well, and the little breach happening, and they're like, right, wait, there's
Yeah,
something
they don't
there
actually have
because
money
they're
to
actually
lose.
making profit. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. As I was saying, yo, the problem is that you have to make profit for them to tax you on profit, and
Yes,
Atlantic
sir.
is the first to do it. So
The income tax, I can earn
yeah,
it.
that's true. That's true. That's true. So I'm happy. I'm happy to hear you talking about that, Daniel. Another question I wanted to, well, sorry, I cut off Lopo who had a question just now earlier.
Oh, yes.
So Lopo, let me hear your question.
Well, it was more in line with the cement talk,
Mhm.
but I was just wondering on the ground because you kind of made it seem like it's not that nominal or not that big of a difference in terms of price from Carib Cement versus the other brands. So I guess I wanted to hear you talk more about that. If it really doesn't seem that like a substantial price break for people.
No, the extent of the differential at this time is not significant. Will it change? I really don't know. If it is that the importers have significant volumes, the new importers, I'm not speaking to
Mhm.
CHL, the new importers have significant volume on the ground.
Mhm.
They might eventually make a decision to part way by reducing their prices, because at the end of the day, it's a new product, and the intrinsic qualities by itself will not sell it. You have
Well,
to
I mean,
put
I see
some.
other people outside of the CHL group bringing in different type of cement. So,
The,
um, I
Listed
was just
companies?
intrigued. Not listed. This was not
One
a
of
listed
business
one.
then. One of business.
Yeah, I understand that, and I share sentiment. Not as invested as your sentiments probably, but I share the same sentiment. But as what you just said a while ago, you just illuminated. It's like, sorry, you really don't feel like it's like the market feel the difference with the price, and then really sticking to the brand association with the Carib cement or etc. So I just stop with the one. Get your picture
Oh,
on. No
Good.
problem.
But I want you to appreciate the point that so a few years ago, I think it was 2007, 2008, just before the financial sector collapse, Carib Cement produced a bad batch. And it was a massive, massive issue. And I remember we took in some cement from Argos in Colombia. Did well because there was, little Carib cement available at that time. And the product was a good product. But I can tell you that you see the minute Bureau of Standard cleared Carib cement, we had to
mhm.
drop our price because the people gone straight back
Back.
to
Right back
Carib
Yeah.
to it.
cement. Right
Yeah.
back to Carib cement. So it is indeed a issue. But as I said, we're not closing the door because I mean, from a gross number, it makes commercial sense to engage. And once it's a cash business, then it does, even if the margins are low. Once it's cash, then it's like the Chinese, we're just accumulating.
Mm.
So that's what took place. So
Yeah.
we're watching it. Clearly, if we are going to engage, we will do the responsible thing. And as your topic today states,
You
we
disclose.
will disclose.
I like that. I like that. And I suspect we won't ever have any more late results from you guys. I do like that
No,
also.
brethren, you mad? No, me I all a new CFO, me I extra account. Come like you know, understand. Let me tell you this. This is off the record. Me personally shame because most activities that I've been responsible for in my professional life, I have direct control over the outcome.
Mm,
So if I'm in charge of sales, me know if to rev up the sales team, me know if to do this, me know if to do that. If it don't work out, me can say, all right, Denal, you didn't do a good job. In this occasion, most of what happen, I in my own personal capacity can feel and touch. But I me get the box and kick. But so it go.
yeah. Leadership is heavy. Heavy is the head that wears a crown.
That's so it go. We have to take it.
Yeah, man. A question, maybe a little of a shift of a gear. What can you say about that deal that you did to take on the agri arm? Because I actually didn't even know how to talk about it. Because is it that you bought the rights? Is it that you bought the entire arm? What is it?
Okay, so in February, we took over the distributive rights that was once held by T. Geddes Grant, which is our cousin
Mm-hmm,
company, same way,
mm-hmm,
same Moses
mm-hmm,
umbrella. They had it. Their numbers for perhaps six years were just going southwards, and I discussed with who was the chairman then, PB,
mm-hmm.
that I believe that there are some synergies. And I was asked to make a presentation. What synergies am I talking about? I said, well, even without a presentation, think about it. In every community, there's a farm store and a hardware store. I'm saying, I said, yeah. So I
Yeah,
said, then if me, I'm Chuck, I deliver to the hardware store.
yeah,
Definitely can't put 10 bag of fertilizer in the same truck and deliver to the farm store.
yep.
Yeah. So me I say the same hoe, the same cutlass, the
Mm-hmm.
same file, the same garden hose, the same XYZ. So we distribute the same thing. So we took it on as a project, and praise God, so far we have done reasonably well with it. In the June, July, those 2 months were a bit tough, and I think the country is acutely aware because you can't wash car a certain place now because of the
Drought.
drought.
Yeah.
So it significantly affected St. Anne, Manchester, St. Elizabeth. St. James, Hanover. So we started dipping numbers and we anticipated it. Look us rain sprinkle about the place now. So I've seen an uptick in our numbers and I am on target this month again. So but the numbers are still above their last year numbers. So if I'm supposed to be specific in our 6 month results,
Mm-hmm.
the agri contributed 295 million to our sales,
To your revenue. Okay.
to my revenue, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
So last year I think we did roughly a billion eight. We're looking at absolute minimum this year, somewhere between 2.3 to 2.6, 2.3 billion to 2.6 billion.
In
I
revenue from
don't
the agri
expect, I have
side.
to be brutally frank with you, I don't expect the extent of activities that we did in the first part of the year.
Okay.
Because as you would have seen, we did roughly 1.4 billion
Yeah.
in revenues for the first half of the year. But we were supplying a lot of government projects, and that's why the margin took significant hit in Q2 because it was our contribution to the reconstruction effort. So we
Mm-hmm.
didn't sell at a loss, but we didn't make our normal profit. So that's, if you dissect the number, you would have realized that the margin contribution was significantly hit,
Yeah.
and that's
Your
primarily it.
margins.
We know what we were doing, so
Mm.
it's our contribution. We don't expect it to continue for the rest of the year. But the what we basically took over are the net assets. So you'd have seen an increase when you dissect our financials. You'd have seen an increase in our payables. That was a result of that. You would have seen an increase in our inventory because we carry between 600 and 700 million ordinarily in inventory. So you'd have seen an uptick in our inventory as well. And you would have seen an uptick in our receivables as a function of the sales to the the from the agribusiness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that helped to clear up some of the.
It does. Because one, that's good because roughly 20% then, I'm just ballparking it, roughly 20% of your numbers for the 6 months then came from the agribusiness.
Mm-hmm.
And
Cor-
I have that right. Feel free to correct me. You have you have a better view than I do.
Your numbers.
Oh, I don't have the numbers then, man.
All
Friday
right.
evening when I'm supposed to
No, hey,
watch a
listen.
movie, when
No,
I
I'm
beat me up.
saying
No,
we're very
man, just
thankful. We're
kidding,
very
man. But
thankful.
yeah,
We're very
roughly
thankful.
that. You're right. You're spot on.
Yeah, and I'm impressed because roughly 80%, like your revenue right now is 80% of your full year revenue for last year. And so in 6 months, you've made 80% of what you made in an entire year last year. That to me bodes well. Even with a smaller net profit margin, that still bodes well because I'm not thinking of just tomorrow. Uh,
Mhm.
Anyway, you cut it. I'm impressed. I have a question around the receivables. Like I know you said that you wanted to con the agri side, to con the receivables with that. I'm expecting that like is that the same level of like what's the bad debt there? Is it generally higher than what you used in the hardware business, or the same or lower?
No, it is a smaller business. So unless you're moving from a percentage standpoint, um, I don't have that information. I didn't look at it from that
Percentage wise, I
perspective.
mean, just generally higher bad debt or lower bad debt in
No,
the
it's
agri
lower
side.
than the hardware side.
Okay, that's good. That's great.
It's lower than the hardware side.
And I know you mentioned getting hit with the ECLs earlier. How likely are you to actually recover all of those?
We have started to recover, but I was deliberate in the discourse with my FC to make a provision for continue to make a provision for our ECL. We're going to run some numbers again at the end of September to look at it, because part of the reason why we got hit, and as I said, I mean, the topic is so important, is disclosure. When numbers were looked at the end of December, you realize that you're 2 months after the hurricane. So the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland,
Mm-hmm.
Hanover, parts of no, St. James, and part of Trelawney and part of St. Anne, we couldn't get in contact with some of those customers.
Okay, completely cut off.
and you understand,
Mhm.
and quite a number of customers were who we got in contact with that indicated that they had suffered and they need to get back on track and what we can do. So we knew very well that a decent part of it is going to take us a good 6 months to get back on track with. So in short, I don't expect anywhere near the kind of hit that we got last year,
All right.
because number one, we're making better provision now because we were mandated based on the edict of the board to use this in terms of how we compute the ECL, and then the auditors came in and said no, according to IAS this and
Mhm.
International Financial Reporting Standard X, you need to do Y. So we have been doing that. So I don't expect the kind of hit that we got last year. And we are providing for, I mean, we're very conservative this year. So
Yeah, and the
I
beauty is that
don't,
you've already provided for it, so it
yes,
can only get better.
correct, correct.
All right.
So I will tell you this much. We actually have hired an extra receivables person because for I am clear in my mind that the when you examine our asset, I mean, when you it's our second biggest asset.
Mm,
Mhm.
yeah, and that's
Inventory, then that. So it has to be treated with level of respect that it deserves.
yep, yep. It is
Mhm.
the business. It's a
I've changed. I mean, even internally, I can share this with you because you're our shareholders. I've changed even the compensation structure of the customer service associates, whereby they have a base salary and then they're paid a percentage of commission that the salesperson collect, which the salesperson is based on collections.
mm, yeah. So you
So
incentivizing them.
my entire sales organization now,
Mm-hmm.
the significant part of their compensation is on collections, and I don't pay anything after 75 days.
Okay, I like that. So it behooves them to collect and collect quickly.
That's it. So we're
Yeah.
trying. We're doing what is required to be done. So we're very much optimistic that the outcome will be consistent with our projections.
All right. And to seal off that point, however, I'd love if you guys were to break out in your numbers the agri side. I know sometimes you don't. There's
We're
no
gonna do that.
requirement to
We're
do it.
gonna do that for the next reporting. I discussed that with the
Okay.
FC that for good order's sake, we need to do that because the market don't know if agri is contributing 10 million, 100 million, 50
Yes.
million, whatever it is. So I
Yeah.
think we're gonna do some segment reporting.
Oh, that's good. I thought it was deliberate that you chose not to. I know sometimes companies choose to keep it hidden until they're ready to. But I,
It was deliberate. I don't need to prevaricate. It was deliberate because in the we're just learning and appreciating and understanding the agro business because, as you know, because it was perhaps a bastard, then we get it. We have to deal with
fix
the
it up.
issue of inventory, getting in the right stock, the rat
Mm,
poisons, the seeds, XYZ. So to just to give, if we had done so at the outset, it might give the market a perspective that is not necessarily a good idea. But
I-
no, when you have some trading and some activities and some months to report on and look at the comparative period next last year, for example, then you say, okay, fine, this makes economic sense.
all right. I
So
like
it was deliberate. I have to be brutally frank with you. It was very deliberate.
I like that. I like that. And I am this what Daniel and I were talking about before you join, it's actually a good example of it where you don't have to tell us. So I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate not and I
That you are.
understand not doing it until it's strategically sensible to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I accept that. I appreciate that. Um then I don't know if you have anything you want to ask. I don't want to keep Sir Barnes up for the whole Friday night. Brady give us a lot.
I think I'm fine for now. For now.
You fine for now? All right. Sir Barnes, when we gonna see you buying some more shares?
Good one.
I am waiting on the period that they say that I'm permitted to, because the other day I didn't want to buy enough, and I said, no. my company secretary said, no, sir. It's all right. I have to wait a little bit. And by the time you check, me start that $100 22. I said, well, it good and bad. because we need to move.
Well, in the period where you can know, the blackout has ended. So
Yes,
Feel free to.
yeah,
yes,
yeah, feel
yes,
free.
yes, yes.
It's close to it. It's not at the heights that it was. Let's say in February, and it was touching $2 odd. So
Nice discount.
yeah, feel free to know. I certainly will be buying more. Again, like I said, I had to sell some of mine, and the hit is the hit, one way or another. But I know that I'll be buying a lot going forward. I don't give me a political answer if you can give me a real answer. How you guys have your eyes on buying anything? Meaning, I know you hit every hardware or most hardwares in Jamaica, or that's the impression I have. But have you considered actually purchasing any of them and becoming like an Atlantic satellite company, if you will?
No, sir. Me, I for wonder if you work with KGB or CIA. No.
I work with the retail investor, them. We're hungry,
Oh,
brother.
no, but it's interesting that you raised that. So we are trying to settle off the company. I mean, for those who don't know, we really bought a business that um I think it did reasonably well as a family business. So the extent of what we did over the last 24 months, I don't people understand it. We were distributing from about 92 or 93 um containers. So just imagine you want some shovels, you go in container number 1. Then you want some pine door, you're going in container number 86.
Mhm.
And we're on Ashland Road where we're distributing from 3 separate locations on Ashland Road. So, you load a truck, then a forklift reverse down the road and collect some stuff. And so we had to pack our bags and go. So that's why we ended up at Marcus got. When I look at the property and when PB showed me the property and said if I'm interested, I said, can we move tomorrow? And he said, sure. And we moved out $700 million worth of product in 1 month. And we sold off all the containers by January
Mhm.
last year. And in the middle of that, we were rolling out a new ERP system, which is the Muscle system.
Mhm.
And in the middle of that, we had hurricane. But so we have to settle the company, so to speak. We have to train the people. So we are on an ongoing program to train the staff. We're looking at building out a retail store by our location now. So those who are coming to the AGM will see what we're doing in terms of doing the build out. We are building out our product offerings. I'm heading with a team to China to the trade show so that we could cut out some of the intermediaries to benefit from the increased margin contributions.
Yeah.
So the issue of we were offered about 3 or 4 retail store or hardware stores.
Mm.
I'm not we're running some numbers, but I think it's something that we have to discuss at the board level. But I'm more looking upstairs. I will only say that.
Okay. 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 All right.
So they have the in simple language there is forward and backward integration. And
Mm-hmm.
uh we're not going to box ourselves into whether we're doing forward or backward integration. I believe there are some possibilities where we can manufacture some products. So we're exploring some possibilities relating to that. And
Mm-hmm.
I also believe that there are some possibilities where we could rebrand the store because, from a commercially ethical standpoint, I don't believe that we should have a store down the road and then we're selling the store right next door. From a principled perspective, I've always been against that.
Yeah. Yeah.
However, however, doesn't mean that you can set up a holding company that
Correct. 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 And might I point
I
something out? Let me give you a tidbit.
yes.
Whichever way this elephant goes in the future, as long as you remain on the junior market, a holding company can be spun off and become its own company and can be listed on the junior market on its own, right? There's many ways to do that. And believe me, we have a lot more money we'd love to give you guys. So feel
All
free.
right, boss.
There's many plans between A and Z.
Indeed.
All right. So go out there, go do the work, and then the investors will follow suit.
Yes, sir.
The message is pellucidly clear.
Thank you, sir. This one drop a big one. Okay. Thank you, sir. The message. I'm glad that the message is clear to you. And I don't know. I will keep you here longer if you need to. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope to hear from you in the future. And please keep the profits high.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Thank you
You know,
very
I
much.
appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Great
man.
talk.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Daniel.
Respect, family. I
All right.
appreciate it too, and you have exposed me to a different thing. So I have to find some way to
Yeah.
ensure that we have a talk on the break.
There we go, sir.
Thank you.
Hey,
Enough
man,
respect
big
to
up.
all your followers, your listeners, your Twitterers.
Big up, Daniel.
Cool.
Cool.
You know,
All right. So Danai, Shay.
Loving it.
Yeah, new market, not true? Wonderful
Trust
new
me.
market.
Trust me.
yes.
I think we have to throw him into the young CEOs. You know.
No, you can't do that to him.
Oh, you can't do
You
that. Fix
can't
up
do
that.
that to him.
Fix
You
up that.
can't do
Fix
that
up
to
that.
him. You
We
can't do
need
that
a
to him.
good one. We need a good one.
That's true.
Guys,
That's
we
true.
need a
That's
good
true.
one.
That's
And
true.
that.
That's true.
And that's
All right. So if you put him in that category, he's leading the young CEO charge. Then
Oh, definitely.
yeah, it's not fair to them to do that. It's not fair to them to do that.
That's
there is a place where they
No.
raise pigs. It's fine.
exactly. I wouldn't make it a matter of fairness because you play a good ball game, though.
That's true.
Up to you.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I
I,
respect it. Go ahead, Lopo. That's all I say now. After.
no, I'm just saying, I need hope for the young CEOs. So if I have to turn the ageism down and bring him in, I'm with it.
All right. Well, one thing I like, I say it again. Well, I've never said this before. It's it's very easy for it's not accidental that when a company has really good results, they report on time or whatever. I'm not saying that there's anything like that in the case of Atlantic. What I'm saying it's not unusual for that to happen. That's easy. It's very easy to come and tell the crowd that, hey, we made 100 million more than we made, right? That's not where great companies are made. That's a simple truth. Great companies are made in the tough times, in the rough things, in the how they handle the pressure. And the fact that he's willing to come out and speak openly. And there are things that I see in Atlantic that I respect how he handled it. So like he even said it, even mentioned that, they changed, they upgraded the finance team. That to me sometimes is a hint of maybe other things inside, but the leader can't come out and say that, right? The leader can't, a good officer don't blame his own troops. You take it on the chin yourself. So I respect him doing that. I respect that he's prepped for the AGM. That's one of the things that as retail investors, it's our time to speak to the board again, and not just the CEO, but the entire board.
Is it? Is it really? Because
It
that's
is.
my next thing.
Yeah, well, it's a good plan. So tell me, let me hear your question, Lopo. And by the way, anybody else you want to ask any question, you want to bring anything up, send a speaking request. We'd love to hear from you. And we're not going all night, so please, you want to talk about
And
anything, send a speaking request.
I wasn't trying to jump in, but just your topic is so timely. I saw the well-produced AGM by 1GS this week. And I
It
was
was well
just kind of,
produced. I will give them that. It was very pretty. I loved how they obviously had coordinated the whole thing. I say coordinated, but they
yeah,
had
it was.
they worked on the whole thing. Obviously, they had planned, that prepped, and I respect that.
I felt like I was watching like something from like the Discover Channel or something, like some kind of documentary. But yeah, it didn't really feel like there was a lot of space given for actual shareholder comments, in my opinion. And I yeah, I wasn't a fan of that. I didn't like that.
How many questions did they take? Did they take questions at all?
They took 4 questions,
Fire.
in my view. One about a
Word, man.
pickleball charity tournament.
All right.
Yeah, that could be an email.
All right. So they took
That,
three
that
questions on
could
a
be an
That could have
pickleball.
Instagram
been a,
post.
Uh, oh my
Uh,
God.
yeah, I wasn't a fan of that. Yeah, I didn't like that. Um, I feel like yes, you have even if you have a nice recovery quarter that is coming coupled with the AGM, you had
Mhm.
some hard times, and I feel like shareholders should be able to ask questions about those hard times
good
based
times,
on
I
the
bad times, definitely.
yeah 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 100% yes. Uh it is not a good company that avoids their shareholders. I understand the stress of it. Trust me, I understand it's not easy, but the avoidance doesn't help.
Yeah,
That's
that's
that's just my opinion.
and I
our
think you
cultural
guys did
complaint.
they did a
The
good
company to the
job
side.
they had a good job to make a product around the questions when they come. Like I don't have a problem with the nicely well thought out, but it almost seem like so them ready for them a run. Like nah, I didn't like that. No, like they were there, the questions were there, and you're like, yeah, man, we're gonna answer your questions,
Oh,
but not on the call. No,
was that
this
said?
is the meeting. Yes, that was said.
Yeah, I'm
I
not a
do.
fan of that. I'm not a fan of that.
Not at all. At
Not a
all.
fan of that.
Nothing.
Yeah, not a fan of
One
No,
that.
side something. The
me
whisper
not
something.
fund that.
Yeah,
Me
because
not fund
up
that.
Nope.
at the top level of it, you give I always tell people you want meet Legion, he has to be at the NCB AGM.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want to ask you want to ask PB Scott a question, he has to be at the separate AGM. I see PB Scott, I see Richard Pandoy answering questions, I see Gary Peart answering questions at AGM, and if you're not bigger than them and them doing it, then you do it too. Don't avoid the questions, even if you don't like the answers.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you don't like the question and the people don't like the answer, it is what it is. Here's another uncomfortable thing for us shareholders. The company is not responsible for the share price.
Yep.
That's the truth. Me personally, how do I approach that? It means that when the share price is high, I don't look to the company and go, whoa, good work, guys. The company
Yep.
is not responsible for it. So also when the share price is low, I don't look on the company and say, whoa, why is this happening? It's not, the company is not responsible for the share price. The share price is up to us. That's our business. However, part of how we invest is based on how the company is doing. Listen to Dean a while ago. I know, obviously, if you've heard Brick Talk, I obviously know the law. I know what the implications of the possible thing is, right? Yet the man made me thinking about buying back the shares immediately. Right? Why? Because good, bad, or ugly, this is just one spot in the road. We're not staying there. The company itself is strong, and I believe the share price will respond to it in time. I know the share price will respond to it in time. So I don't put the high share price on him. I don't put the low share price on him. I put company things on the company. And we
Yeah,
have
like
to start.
reporting.
Yes, exactly. Like reporting. Yes, like reporting. And we have, as shareholders, have to do that for all other companies. Transjamaica did nothing to get Transjamaica's price where it is. So I don't look to them to be happy about it. I look to us. I look to the people who are buying it. I look to NCB and the other brokers. I look to the pensions, right? I don't look to the company for the share price. So learn to separate those two things. The company is not the share price. The company is the company. The share price is how we feel about the company.
And
That's
that's where you fall out of radicalizing yourselves. That's why you don't become a Trans Jamaica fan. Or oh my god, you like the company, you like what it's doing for you and all that. But then we see where the conversations often go. Oh, like you want to congratulate the board for the share price. Like what?
exactly. You have to
I
be like
feel
a
good about what's
firmament.
happening here.
You have to be like a firmament. Shout out to
Same
firmament.
so.
Firmament same sell. Firmament has grown so much. Think about it. he moved from not selling to the week when he spoke about selling and putting in an order the next week, right? First of all, it worked out great, as we've seen. It worked out amazingly. Just on a numbers basis, I don't know in pocket, but we know how Transjamaica has moved in the time. So any amount of shares is like 20% more. I think 20% more shares could be bought. the buying in the dip, and it's not back to its ultra highs where it was before. But that's also not up to Transjamaica. That's the truth. That's up to us. So the smart thing is to, like Danai said, not de-radicalize yourself. Right? Don't fall in love with the company. Have no issue selling. The same week when he told us about that, there was another caller who was saying a lot of sensible things, actually. I really like the stuff that caller was saying. When I asked him about selling Transjamaica, he's like, boy, I can't do it. You want to move away from that.
Yes. Move. Dash that way.
Yeah,
Completely.
man. Move away
To
from
be
that.
honest, I don't want to misspeak, but wasn't Firmament one of those
Yes,
at
he
one
was.
point? Weeks,
Yeah, man, that's
weeks
how I'm saying
earlier.
grow. That's how I'm saying grow.
The very week before, he was talking about his
Yeah,
reluctance. But yeah,
yeah. So
love your kids.
no, I
Don't
love
love
it.
no shares.
Yeah, man.
I love it, man.
You see, as him grow and him learn more money come for him way. The general do exactly what we say and more money in him
Bro, got
pocket.
him money.
Firmament,
Even
end of the
boss.
year. 30, not even 20 again. 30. Transjamaica, 30. Let me ask some people are odd. So I saw Jason, just Jason, the dreamer, just Jason 7. What's up?
Jason was good. Jason
I think Lopo already addressed the thing that went down in the group, so I can actually go back to being a listener.
All
What
right,
thing?
boss.
The girl group? Or you're not in the girl group?
No,
No, the other group.
What's that? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen.
I just thought you'd have to say, Jason, no, man, you don't have to go back to this. Now. Come on.
Yeah.
We got.
No, there was nothing else really. 'Cause I was hoping if if nobody else asked, I would have asked. So it's good. Well done, Lopo.
Yeah. Listen, the message that I have there is the same message I've always had. The same message I said in that group at the time.
Yep.
If you shoot the messenger, then you don't get any more messages. If when the doctor come in and give you the bad news, you beat up the doctor not going to see you again. Who suffers? You. Right? So if you shoot the messenger, the price for doing that is there are no more messages. And yeah, that's all I'll say. But big up Brick Talk. 7 years. 7 years. I saw it as frightened, as shocked. I was shocked. I was happy though, but I was shocked. 6 or 7 years. I think it's 7 years. Yeah, 7 years, 2026. Damn, 2019. But Jason, you did win the grower thing from last week, right? I saw because you were talking about your favorite stock. I assume it's your favorite stock, JetCon. Or is your favorite for the moment?
Yeah, favorite stock currently.
Yeah, but you should also make sure you don't fall too in love with it. And I see you talking about we need to move away from gas cars. Gas cars nice, my boy.
Well, no, not to the pollution loving, noise loving people, but we still need to move away from gas cars.
Why?
They can't sell gas car too.
Well, they
and
also now have the Arc Fox.
The Arc Fox, yes, they do. But yo,
I said it, yeah,
I want to sell it completely, man. Them send you.
Yeah, man. Yo, Andrew Jackson, just email me, and we can work out some sales deal.
Andrew Jackson don't do that. Only if he can sell car, not stocks. But yeah, don't
check on him, sell everything,
right? don't knock the gas cars though, Jason. The internal combustion engine is prevalent because of how good it is, and the reality is that electric cars hurt the environment more than gas cars. They just don't hurt it as obviously. So I mean that's by the way, no matter one way or another. More on JetCon 30 JetCon to end of the year 30. All right.
Let me give you some extra info. I actually went to JetCon this week, right? One of the sales rep, I asked her if she's a shareholder. She said yes, everybody's a shareholder there.
I love that.
Nice.
I love that. Yeah, but what kind of car you buy?
I was just checking out the new Arc Fox, the T1 and the T5. So the official launch is next month, but very good cars. I expect them to do well September in the launch.
So yeah, set up the sale. Yeah, set up the buy. Sorry. Yeah, get everything in order.
Yeah, man. May I get everything in order for the buy?
Tell the truth. Did that or you just pass through and make sure say see it and have an idea how it go and whatever?
I actually tweeted about the info I got, how the cars look. They look really great, so I expect them to do well.
I love that, my brother. I respect that as an investor. I respect that. That's one of the things that I preach. Like going the reserve. You hear how Dino saying him don't know about that, but I'm telling him, say I wasn't joking. I have a picture of those of the cement brand in his warehouse. So I believe in that. Meaning, as an investor, you need to be an activist investor. I don't necessarily mean you have to be an activist investor, and activists can be good, including going to the company and seeing how they treat people who just want to know how the thing go. Yeah, I respect that a lot. So big up you, my brother. I hope for your sake and my sake that JetCon goes 30 to the end of the year.
Definitely. I got great treatment from my sales rep, Colleen. Go to Colleen if you go to JetCon, people.
I'm always hearing about Colleen. It's not the first time I hear about Colleen from JetCon. All right, big up. And then next in line, remember, guys, you can send a speaking request if you want to talk about anything at all on the topic or off topic, any stock, anything on the market. The one and only Diane. We haven't heard from Diane in a long time.
Diane, what's good?
Everything's good in the world.
Big up, Diane.
What's going on, bro?
Big up, Diane. How are you doing?
I'm not bad at all. Very interesting topic tonight. I think Mr. Barnes kind of softened the topic a little bit, but in a good way. But for me, I have watched for a little bit of time. First off, you touched it in the beginning, but the whole reason for disclosure is something that we cannot overlook or understate the importance of to investors, especially when we're in a space where there are so many delays to reporting of material information for investors. We already have to wait if a company keeps to the timeline 45 days, 60 days, 90 days, 180 days.
There's no 180. There's no 180 timeline. Just 45, 90 or 45, 60 or 9. 45, 60 or 90 or so. 45. Yeah, 45, 60 or 90. I don't think there's any 180.
We have well, okay. With the annual report, when you go beyond the 90 days, you are supposed to be suspended.
There's no teeth behind the
you have after the end of the financial year. How long do you have to publish the annual report?
There's no. I don't believe there's that. Yes, I believe you're right. There's 180 there, but I don't think there's any teeth behind that because the financial information in the annual report is the audited, and
all right, so
that is what you get suspended for. The audited is 60 or 90.
Correct. So I'm listing out the times in reference to the times that we end up waiting for that information.
Okay.
And why we always say that the annual report is something usually that's already known. In our market, it has not always been the case where this is so. I know of at least one incident where an annual report was issued in X year with Y year's information in there. And
what do you mean, like 2025 annual report and it have 2024 information instead?
Correct. So or we have seen persons say we are not issuing the report yet until this information is updated when the reporting period is passed.
Oh well, I don't know what the first one was. The first one is wild. In fact, the second one is wilder, but I believe the second one is what the name?
They're both the same company.
Detail did that?
I'm not calling any names.
No, I mean, we're not talking about something that's
and I don't want Bridge Talk to get sued.
That's not.
There's nothing to be sued there. Is they either did it or they didn't do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call any names tonight.
Okay.
All right.
Well, while you
But
say it, I'm gonna bring up the detail
yeah,
page
man.
on My Money JA and see if it matches what you just said.
Right. But
I see the update on the audited financial statements for 2025 in June. They said that it'll be published on or before July 10th, and they did so many of those. I believe it was them though, because I remember reading that thing that you mentioned, and it was surprising to me. My interpretation of it was that the company is saying we have it, but it don't. My
Is that
interpretation is that we have it, but it don't
Randy, is
look
that
good.
Kintyre?
Say that again.
Is that Kintyre? Did they make a statement to say or that the report is we have one report ready, but until the next one, until the other one that we're suspended for is out, we won't post it. Something like that.
Yeah.
Kintyre
I'm sure
said
that's
that
Kintyre.
too. The Kintyre said
Right.
that recently, but
Right.
I'm not going off the Kintyre one.
Well, the point we understand the point, and
for the detail one, it was pretty much them saying that they have a review, and they only. It sounded, my interpretation of it was that we have it, but it looked bad, so we're not putting it out until we have a way that we are going to cover putting it out,
make it look better.
Yes, and then they went on to be suspended, so they kept it long. That was my interpretation of it.
Right. All right. Good. So
but, my expectations are low there.
Right. So, well, whether the expectations are low or not, my view of the situation is that these things happen in a space where they're allowed to happen. Right.
That's true.
If there is no, for example, when you talk about the questioning around the rule about suspension and the loss of a tax break to a JC junior market company, and the response that you hear coming from the company is like a walk around of the question, or we might have to talk to the government about that one, instead of acknowledgement of the rule, acknowledgement of their failure to file on time, and acknowledgement that this does threaten the company in a material way. If you have to give up an additional 25% of your profits to taxation because of your failure to file and to disclose on time, that is material. And coming from company leadership, I believe that in some way telegraphs the attitude, the lax attitude, and the feeling of lack of care for the retail space, because we put our monies into these IPOs. We ride the waves of the losses and the gains. We get 4 questions answered at the AGM. We get told that we are not taking any more questions, and so forth. And we have one opportunity per year, if a AGM is held within the right time for the year that it is supposed to be held, to meet company principles and to ask these questions and to get sensible feedback. So my pain point is, DAJ, there are some companies out there, and I hope you're listening tonight, that owe you some money.
What?
And as a tax-paying Jamaican, I think you are doing us a disservice as investors when you don't hold these companies to book.
Hold on. I share shares in both those companies. So you hold on.
Yeah, man. And nothing go wrong with you if you want to sell tomorrow, Monday morning.
I sold some already, but let's play devil's advocate. Not devil's advocate, but let's steel man the thing, right? If you're going, obviously, I'm not disagreeing with you up to the point of what the law says. I mean, I have been vocal about seeing it. It's clear.
But as a shareholder, Look
And as
at
a
it this way.
shareholder, I acted with my pocket.
PAJ can come back and claim back this money 5 years from now
I have
when
no
you would have
question
put
about
more
the
money into the company
agreed.
and you would have now been.
I have no question about the whole thing, but I'm saying let's steelman the argument.
Okay.
Let us say that it has happened. Let's say for whatever reason, internal mistakes or whatever, new company. Let's say it has happened. What is your next move? What would you want the company's next move to be? Because one of the things of a maturing market, like I said,
First
is
thing,
not just about how you handle the good times, it's how you handle the bad times. We can't.
yes.
We have a penchant in Jamaica to we love things when things are great, and if things go bad, lick him, kill him, done with him completely. But that we have to have some amount of you've done the thing, you face the punishment. What's next? Because after the punishment, it's not the end of the story. So what's next?
No, absolutely not. We're not talking about whether it is the end of the story or not. We're saying that these companies perpetually, we're seeing compliance rates of 60%, 50%, 70%, 30% per quarter in reporting. There is no consistency to our reporting from companies. There's very often during COVID, we blame COVID. Melissa Blow, we blame Melissa.
Mhm.
Every opportunity or occasion that happens, we hear due to the COVID-19 pandemic, due to the impact of Hurricane Melissa, everything is blamed on something. But yet, these company principals are still being paid their full salaries, I presume.
Mhm.
They're still holding their jobs.
I mean,
And if I cost my company 25% of its profits or caused a clawback of 10 years of profits as a tax penalty, I would surely lose my job.
33% in some cases.
in one
Right?
case, in ROC's case.
Right? So the penalty, I'm saying this is a publicly traded company.
Mhm.
This is a company that has people who are hired to do a job. These are people who are supposedly qualified professionals in their fields, who are qualified to be directors and CEOs and financial controllers of these businesses. And they should act with the same discipline and the same level of responsibility that we expect from persons holding that post and as the law requires. Now, in your argument, you're saying, what do we do? I'm not throwing the baby out of the bathwater. But if a company can underperform in its requirements for disclosure,
Mhm.
it is a signal to shareholders that there may be issues within the company, internal to the company. Case in point, like you say, DTL has told us, oh, yo, we're not telling nothing right now. We are waiting until things look better, and then we will talk to you. That shows a disregard for the intelligence of us as investors. This is the same company that went a step further, applied for a IPO for a subsidiary of theirs. A week before the IPO comes out, you form a new company and you sweat equity out, a percentage of that company that is now to be IPO'd.
That is true. That's Woodcats. They did do
Right?
that for Woodcats, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So this is a reflection of the same attitude. It is not a accident. It is not a misadventure situation. It is an intentional construct. It is an intentional action taken by the head leadership of the company, authorized by the board of the company, right? And if they look on things that way and can blatantly do it And then we turn around and we hear, oh, our ERP system was not working. That is why we were unable to tell you how much rice we import from wherever we get rice from and how much money we lost in inventory because we never know how much was in the warehouse. It reflects a very similar lax, poor management or operational structure, right? So there is something amiss at the root of most of these companies that you're seeing with the perpetual delays and the perpetual notices of late filing. It's almost like it's built into their genetics, unfortunately. And the only way you're going to CRISPR it out is by holding their hand to the fire.
That's funny.
Right?
Yeah, so I agree that on that point. That's why I agree with, or I should say, I disagreed with Dina on the changing of the rules, because the rules, I think, are very they're not lax, but they have a large amount of leeway in them. Right, they have a large amount of leeway in them. You get was 180 days, 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months. 90 days is 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah. So we speak about it. So on the one hand, I think I almost want to separate HBC because they're new to the market, right? And I think it's that they maybe didn't know. But for all the other companies,
I disagree.
No.
No.
You're right. You're right.
No.
Hold on. I take it back. They must know because they're on the market and the JC gives them as popular rules, and they're aware of the market rules when they're joining.
Hold on. Beyond that,
please don't bring an unlisted company into my pocket.
I'm not going to. Beyond that, right?
Go through.
The people who supersede Mr. Barnes have multiple listed companies on the exchange.
But I think in the junior market.
It don't matter. They have multiple companies.
They do touch some of the junior market,
right? Yeah. They have multiple listed entities with years of experience of listing and managing and running listed companies. So to say Mr. Barnes, who is I believe a qualified director and attorney, to say I don't know the law or I am uncertain about the law.
But to his credit, tonight he didn't say that. He said that they are seeking clarity on the application of the law. He said that they're seeking clarity from the application of the law, which it don't make me have to play devil's advocate here, but which I agree with, because it is true that none of the other cases that have been guilty of breaching, of being suspended, have had to face any
penalty.
But that is the truth. Is, if we're being plain, again, is just
if you're using that as a measuring stick for your operation, that's not good enough.
I can't fault. That's your opinion, and I can't say you're wrong because I don't disagree with you. That's why I was bringing it to the law. I don't think there's any changing of JC's rules. Right. I don't think there's any need to change JC's rules. I think the rules are very clear.
It's not even the JC rules. It's
not up to JC.
Tax it's the law.
Exactly. It's up to the law, right? So
you'd have to change the law.
No, well
yes.
No, but in what? No. Hold on. To do what though? Meaning, what is the change the law?
He said it. You notice that it is in the same line. It's not even a subsection. It is the same line. Suspension.
No, man, I agree. I agree. But I'm saying that that's the law. If you change the rule from JC to not have the act cause suspension, then you've had the same effect. And it is a lot easier to change JC's rules than it is to change the law. Yeah, which is why the micro market looks how it looks, in my opinion. Because
Ernie, my opinion there, I agree with you completely on that, in the sense of
you agree that the JC rules will supersede the laws of Jamaica?
That's not what he
No,
said. What, Dan?
Oh.
Don't
no,
pepper
no,
him.
no.
No.
Whoa. No. So the act itself of okay, you're missing your reports, and then
Yeah.
you're suspended for it.
Yes.
Who that part is where it comes into that part of the thing that's where it interfaces with the law. So the law says if you're suspended,
Then you
then
lose the break.
then you lose your tax break.
And you have
Right.
to
So
repay
you're saying
every
we should
break that
not
you've got
suspend
in the
them.
past.
You should not be suspended because for me, a suspension is not hurting the company outside of the interface with the law. The suspension is hurting shareholders in the sense that I can't trade my shares because they're doing this thing.
Agree.
And
But
you
then-
and I
Hold
agree
on,
on
make him
that.
finish,
but
Dan. Make him finish. Make him finish. Make him finish. I want to
Yeah.
hear the rest of what I'm saying.
So make it a penalty on the company for doing that,
Mhm.
and not a
What type of
that's-
penalty?
Well, the only way to get it a
could be
penalty on the company is to
it could be a fine. Or
no. But there is a fine, I believe, or maybe there'll be no fines for doing market companies. But
or it could be just a fine. But
let's be serious.
Suspension doesn't hurt the company.
Except that it causes you to lose a tax break,
Lose
which
a tax
does
break.
hurt the company. So
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
working.
Yes.
So it is working.
Yeah, sure. But
If
at the
it
end
is
of the day-
applied,
If it is
enforced.
enforced, if the law is enforced and upheld.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree. I'm specifically agreeing with one point. Or well, that's not even Randy. That's not the full point Randy make it, but the point Randy. the thing I'm
Here's
saying is-
here's an interesting point I wanted to ask you guys tonight. And while you're on this particular topic,
Mhm.
I'm not a lawyer, but as a competitor of a listed company that has broached this law, could I file in civil court that this is allowing for unfair trade for them to continue to benefit from a tax break, even though they have breached the law and there have been no penalties applied? And because of that, and I may have filed and kept up to date that they are having an unfair advantage, could I sue in court for that?
Whoa. Say that again.
Anybody
Dan.
can
Lay
ask a question.
Lay it out again. I like that. Lay it
The
out
only
again.
one still
Let me hear it.
I love it.
Yeah, lay it out again. Lay it out again. But that's so good. Say it again.
Okay, so in the event where there are two companies that are listed and they're direct competitors of each other, one has not lost its tax break and continues to maintain good records and disclosure in a timely manner. However, their competitor has flouted the law and is supposed to lose a tax break, but they have not and continue to benefit from periods where they report no payment of tax and yet continue to operate as I am when I have not failed to do my part, right? Can I sue for a remedy to say that they have an unfair competitive advantage because the law has not been enforced? I'm looking at this from the angle like,
so good. That is so good. You're right. So you're saying Sagicor should sue CHL, not CHL, ROC, Iron Rock. I know that's not what you said, but it is such a good point. It is a great point. Because you would be keeping the advantage. You'd be keeping the advantage that
correct.
That is a good point. Wow.
Maybe I even enjoin TAJ, TAAD as and the Ministry of Finance as defendants in the case as well.
Well, I mean, you'd have to. Who would you be suing otherwise?
Right. Right.
You can't sue the company. You can't sue the company themselves. They're doing what they're doing. You'd have to sue the government.
Right. So you see, it opens a door when one person stands still and allows the law to not be upheld. It opens a door for a challenge.
Corruption.
And
that's what corruption works. Yeah.
Right.
Meaning the process is
don't.
corrupted.
Right. Correct. And it is why when you said the Steelman argument, I didn't get to the point of saying what I had wanted to say before you went to that point. But I said, since we're talking at the nice point now, let me just ask a question. So when he's responding, he can take that into consideration because it is evident that there might be a feeling of they did it so we can do it too happening now. Because
is it from my point?
Frequently this has happened.
Is it from my point?
Yeah, like when you're saying you agree.
No. So again, my specific agreement is on. I do think you lose the tax rate. You're wrong. Go through. Fine. My whole thing is that
No, man,
the
you're thinking around the impact to the company and its
okay, yeah, I agree.
yeah,
Actually,
and shareholders impact.
so you're
Right,
saying
right,
actually, okay, yeah,
right. Yeah.
yeah, well, yes, I agree completely. Wait, again, I love what you're saying. But my whole thing is that the only point that comes in is the interface with the law and the JSC rules. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
So my whole thing there is when Randy said if they change the JLC rule where that does not result in a suspension, then it wouldn't be a matter of losing the tax break anymore. And my personal feeling around that is when a company is suspended, I feel it in a way where and I feel it, and a company isn't necessarily the trading of the shares doesn't actually hurt the company's operation. And the thing you were bringing, yes, sure, but if that interface does not happen anymore, then we wouldn't have that issue at all.
That's true.
I don't like to be in a position where I can't trade my shares, especially in the case of something like that.
That's
Make
true.
it a different thing. I'm very fine if the penalty is different from a suspension.
That's so true. Yeah. Putting it in another way, put it clearly what Dana is saying, in case people don't get it. We had said this one's private. I don't know if it's private or in the girl group, but it pretty much is that like Kincard don't report the numbers on time.
Exactly.
So punish Randy the shareholder.
This is why I mentioned the specific interface, because my feeling around this isn't only on junior market companies.
No, absolutely not. The law, that guides and governs them is.
Yeah, man. So my strong point around my feelings there is when a company is suspended for any infraction, my specific hurt is, boy, I can't trade my shares.
That's true. Which means that the suspension on the junior market is the most effective suspension.
Hey,
exactly.
Hold on.
It hurts.
Remember this, the circuit breaker is a form of suspension,
yes,
the premise. Hold on. The premise of a circuit breaker is to pause and allow dissemination of information material to the company.
Correct.
So shareholders can make a decision.
Correct.
When you fail to file and there is a pause on your trading, aka a suspension of the shares, of trading of the shares from the market, it is the same thing. You are now the JC is saying, hey guys, look at me over here. I'm waiting on this report so I can update your shareholders. It is a very similar process. It's just that the triggers are different and the timelines are different, right? Atlantic was suspended and in 24 hours they produced a report. So it is a one-day suspension. Now, unfortunate as that might be, they were still suspended.
No, so I'm agreed in a sense, but I'm also not fully beyond the thing there, because I don't think you'd ever hear me and Randy being full defendants of the circuit breaker as this thing there, because the reality of the circuit breaker in many cases is a man just trade it beyond, a man just want to buy it higher or lower.
Of course.
In most cases, when I've hit the breaker, it's never been, the company must come in 1 hour to tell the company. In most cases, where the breaker is sitting,
nobody says anything.
There's nothing to come from the company side. It's just, again, because as usual, it's the shareholders moving the thing there. It's not something out in the public or something that's being spoken about that needs.
It's almost like a redundancy built into the trading platform.
I'll tell you this. I'll use the opportunity for an ad to point out that the circuit breaker explained this month's advanced growth. So that's next week, Thursday. I'll be doing that. And I'll be going into it. I will tell you also, on my side that maybe it's just because I've been doing so much research around it. I am fine with the would I change it? Yeah, there are things I'd change about it.
But you're fine with keeping it.
But there has to be a circuit breaker. Because it serves more than one purpose. So it's not just the dissemination of information. That was true in 1980.
I would say the other things. Yeah.
One
of them is that
certain things can happen without.
You have to pause human nature too.
Yeah.
Sometimes it
that is what circuit breaker really is for me is a cooling down.
Yes.
All right, yo,
Yeah.
this thing come out or whatever, or the whatever feeling is prevalent, or again, one man make a trade because one man hit the circuit breaker in reality.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Give people time to think about it and whatever, or just give that kick, just snip the knee jerk reaction. And I feel that is more common than anything else. That versus where the company something is out there, the company is targeting it. Give me one example at a time of a time where you feel, or one where the company did it and where you feel it was truly relevant.
I want to jump in 1 second
That's a
because I
good
feel
question
like
to ask. I like to go ahead. Go ahead, Lopo. It's cool.
like with what you're saying, Dana, about what actually is the reality of the circuit breaker.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like in my experience of when I trigger the circuit breaker,
Mm-hmm.
it is obviously well, not obviously, but it's a likely situation when there. I think it actually highlights the security in my mind, or
Mm-hmm.
or I think it can highlight the security in other people's mind.
Like it
So
brings
this
it to
whole
people's
Yeah.
attention. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
especially now with my
yeah,
money JA, people get alerts immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I've also felt like very often in news that the breaker came before the breaker halted.
and
The breaker
also
True.
came
in a lot of situations where there's so
where
little.
it's often reactionary versus the thing happens and then some. It's very often a very public thing that comes and then the company doesn't have any further disclosure. In fact, like the report come out and people check the report now because yes, they realize yesterday, as I said, people look at it now because wait,
Yeah,
the results
and
come
also
out
it's not
and the
about the
thing that
report. To me, it's about the order book. It's about what's actually happening in the company right now. And
Yeah.
then my first impulse is to check what's happening. Why there's no
yeah.
liquidity over there? Okay, why? Or there,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
stuff like that.
to me, it happened that it worked back way.
Sort of,
But
yeah, true.
in terms of what in terms of what Diane said, no.
The dissemination, I think, is not the main
Main.
and not the
Yeah.
only reason for the thing.
But
And
yeah,
I think just
I agree completely.
nowadays, what has
Again,
become more
so to me,
important is the pause on human nature.
yes, I agree. I think and I like it actually. I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad thing in the but it could cool down. Maybe it could be shorter to be honest. So we do have
Definitely,
market
I'd
time.
make it shorter. Yeah. You
But the
lose
reality
hours
to me
trading.
is that
Yeah.
I always but yeah, in terms of putting that, and so again, that with a suspension based on a breach in reporting. Yeah, I agree in a sense. Yeah, okay, they come and give me the news and whatever. But again, it's same like I don't like being locked up for an hour. It's
Mhm.
I cannot react to this lack of reporting.
Right.
I cannot react to anything that's happening around the company based on this lack of, or not based on, or even beyond this lack of reporting. I don't like that. So
The other thing I heard Mr. Barnes mention about the changing of or the inclusion of categories in their reporting, in their upcoming reporting. I admire
give me one
the
more.
the comment,
Mhm.
but I think it might be in my listening ear. To me, that is simply saying we know we have to go to this format. In our next start in January, we have IFRS 18 coming on board, and we will have to restate our 2026 figures in the IFRS 18
Yeah.
format
I'll let
alongside
that
the
one
IFRS
go. But hey,
2027 format.
if the thing is going to happen,
Um,
you can go to it joyfully. I'm not gonna knock him for that.
yeah,
I
man.
heard it
Yeah, man.
and I
No,
let
no, no.
it
I'm
go.
just
It's
saying
fine.
from my listening perspective, I appreciate
Yeah.
him highlighting that they are intending to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
They don't have a
other companies
choice.
have only stated it in their right, but again, here's a nuance I'm going to show you now. You don't have a choice. You know IFRS 8 is coming, 18 is coming, but you were not aware of the loss of a tax break, one of the biggest reasons for listing on the JSE junior market. The two things don't fly. So I am saying from my perspective and my listening ear,
Right.
it is simply saying, hey, we have to move to this format and we know it's coming, and investors will get a broader view of our numbers in terms of segmenting them to seeing what they actually mean per segment. I am very curious to see how certain companies will actually report these things on the IFRS 18. And one of my concerns is that we may see multiple revisions or restatements going into 2027, 2028, and we may even have a situation of more delays if a company truly is hesitant, like in that report that you mentioned, of sharing information with shareholders. Because something that is demanding greater transparency and breakout is likely not going to be well received by the people who are telling us, yo, you're going to have to wait a while because we don't like our numbers look right now and we're going to try to do something else and then come back to you.
So here's the thing. Carrying it back to us now as kind of responsibility of the retail, right?
Yeah.
The companies that do that, people go where they're led, and people also head towards their what you'd call it. People head towards their what's that thing with the cobras in India that old boy Charlie and Mungo always talk about, where, like, you show me the. I was reading it because it's one of those little Buffett truisms that we always joke about. It's where people go where they're rewarded.
Oh, Charlie Munger. I thought you said Munga. I thought you were meant Munga Honorable.
No, not Munga Honorable. That's a different conversation. Munga is in Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett, as referenced in his book. But pretty much that, you do what you're rewarded for, right? Carrot and stick. Yeah. So the reason why companies list on the junior market is because they want to get the money and they also want to get the tax break. Both of those things are perfectly correct and okay and good. And the reason why companies report is because there is a pain in not reporting. Now, on the junior market, part of why I spoke about it outside of my interest was that I do believe, like, if we bring this thing down to the brass tacks, do I believe that Atlantic should, if I'm being honest, do I believe that they should lose a tax break? Yeah, I do. Not for them, and I'm a shareholder saying that, but not because I want them to lose it, but because for the good of the market, they have to lose it. Do I think that Iron Rock should have to pay back? How much is it? I think we worked out at something like 80 million or 88 million, I believe.
Yeah, something there.
Something like that. Let me ask the AI and MMJA if has to repay all their tax breaks. Let's see how much they'd have to repay. But do I think that they should have to repay it? Yes, because also you can't be unfair. If Atlantic has to lose it, then everybody that lost it has to pay the penalty. No, because the sanctity of the market is more important than any individual company's tax break. And I say that as an investor who has money in both of those companies. I think it's more important for it to be done that way. I think that's a point. No, Danai's point is really, really good and really, really correct. If you are going to suspend a company, the primary people who are hurt by that are us investors, not the company. Those companies are still doing what they do, right? I don't think anything has changed dramatically today in Kintyre than a month ago or 3 months ago. Nothing has changed, in my view, inside that company. I don't know because they haven't disclosed. As you're mentioning, Dan, they did say that they know, but they don't want to say yet. So I don't know. Pausing just for that point. The clawback would be roughly 21.5 million, and that's for 2022 to 24 only because the earlier years didn't have any profits to get taxed on. I don't know how true that actually is, but I'll take it for now. Just but verify when it comes to AI. 22 point odd million. They are 33% company. Damn. Anyway, do I think that they should have to pay it back? Yes, because the sanctity of the market is more important than any individual company's gain or loss, right? The market is what I care about. I care about the companies on the market, but it's important for me and for all of us that the market itself remains at that high standard. So
Right.
I do think they should be punished along those lines. No, bringing it back to Danai point, how does this hurt when a company doesn't have a tax break to lose? I am fine with the suspension and the worry about the suspension when you are listed on the junior market and you have either the full break or the half break and you want to defend it. You don't want to lose it. So you know if I lose it, that's going to be a hit on my back. And I'm asked, not only do I lose it, I have to repay everything that I got for the last however many years. In Atlantic's case, it's nothing, next to nothing. So it wouldn't be too much of a hit on the company. But when a company no longer has a tax break, like a DTL, for example, what then? Like what then? When a company doesn't have the tax break, or when a company is on the main market where there is none of that to worry about, what is the pain to us? Because the company is still doing what the company does once they're suspended. What is the pain to us? I think that's where us as investors, it becomes that hard thing that nobody likes to get into. That investors have to read. People have to start suing.
Of course.
Yeah, they sue for like absconding your fiduciary duty.
Of course, no talking.
I think until a board or two is sued, and I'm talking on the main market side, until a board or two face a lawsuit for that sort of thing, you won't necessarily see any change. And I know that for a fact because we had buyouts done in a certain way until that gentleman sued Cable and Wireless, carried it all the way to the Privy Council, and then now look at how Scotia is doing the buyout. And it's directly as a result of what his lawsuit did.
Abrams, right?
Yeah, Abrams.
Right. So right. This was going to be my next point that I was going to raise. That until shareholder activism reaches the maturity level where directors of companies can no longer take us for granted and look at us as what's the word, Lopo?
Incidental.
No man. There's another one.
What's about? No. I don't know why non-fundamental reasons slip on my head.
The non-fundamental, yeah, right. The non-fundamental investor, right? Until directors can stop speaking down to investors and start understanding that whether it is that we own 0.001 or we own 50%, we all are owners of the same company. And while you're ensconced in your nice AC office, in your company vehicle, and your company house, and getting a nice salary, whether or not we get dividends, whether or not anything happens materially to the company, you're okay until we get to that point where they can't see those things that they benefit from continuing to accrue to them, because if they do crap, they will be out. Then they will continue. And we are, I believe, in a space today where people have, in the beginning, you said a lot of information is flowing. Some of it is received, not understood. Some of it passes without even being recognized. But I think we're in a space where information is allowing for more attention to certain things. And we have a growing investor class in the retail space. And we're not all uneducated and of low resources where we cannot finance lawsuits. And we will get to the point too where groups of investors will come together and pool their money together and margin their shares if they have to pay the lawyers. Or you will find a lawyer who is an activist investor who decides to make it a part of his duty as a legal professional
or her duty
to pursue a case, or her duty, right? To pursue action against such a board. Now, I am waiting for that day. as an investor, because I think the dial needs to turn sooner than later.
But while
As
we're
a
waiting on
country,
that day, while you're waiting on that day, you have to act, because that's what they wait. That's what everybody's waiting on, you know.
yeah,
How many people are
But
banking on?
everybody wait on somebody else.
Yeah, somebody else to
no,
build.
I know people. I know we are all waiting on somebody else, as you put it quite nicely. Yes, but I am hoping that at some point companies will recognize that this is a risk to them and start acting. And I believe if we have an enforcement situation, that is a first step in the right direction. If we have more investors showing up at AGMs and demanding that sensible questions get answers, that we won't just simply be pushed to the side. If somebody goes to an AGM, an event that happens, if you're lucky, once every 12 months, and you're told no more questions, that somebody will highlight this and will make it a point of their duty to say, hey, this is the situation, and we are not going to just accept this and work forward from there. But we won't get the results we want without action, and I fully agree with you with that. But there has to be some shift, because as the market changes, is either we're going to mature into a more responsible market, or we're going to be maturing into I don't want to use the word, so I won't use it, a market that lacks the grounding principles of a good market, and we won't have another generation of lax directorships and lax CEO operations. No, we need to move away from that as a country. We need to move away from that as people, and we need to set higher standards for ourselves and for the companies that we own. That is the best way I can think of it. I go to work every day trying to make what I do a little bit better, and I cannot tell my the people who we are obligated to that I don't care about my job enough to not tell them exactly what status our jobs are at, when we'll be finished, or where are your goods. No, we can't do that. We have to make sure that the same way Mr. Barnes speaks about his sales team and oiling that sales machine to be perfectly running, the structure of the company on the finance side, where you are reporting to shareholders and shareholder relations, and your obligations as a director of the company, as a CEO of the company, to your shareholders, to your board, to all your stakeholders, that must also come with gravity and with sincerity. It can't be brushed to the side or played off as being something that is less than or not important, right?
Agreed.
And
at least in the case of Atlantic, to his credit, he didn't sound like it wasn't important to him. I can't speak for any of the other companies. I've heard the gamut of things from them privately and publicly that yeah, I think when they're forced to respect it, they will, and not a minute before. And that's why the penalties have to be as heavy as they are. And if you think about this as a Jamaican, this is the government saying we are giving up tax for 5 years. That needs to come with a heavy weight. And by the way, that weight, and I think I can't put words in Dino's mouth because he didn't say this, but I think this is what he was hinting at when he was talking about the initial writing of the law, that there's a lot in there. It's not the typical kind of thing that you'd expect to see, but I understand the gravitas of it. Like, hey, we're giving up tax, we're giving up money that the country needs. So, and all we're requiring you to do is to be compliant with your reporting. You don't even have to be good, just report on time. And so I maybe it's my own bias, but I want to remove Atlantic from that kind of thinking, because at least his attitude and the attitude of every other company that has been in breach of it is completely different, in my view.
You know what strikes me too? There are some companies where I could see the argument that there are struggles with reporting because of how their business is structured. But you see,
like who?
Mr. I'm going to say it, but let me finish this point first.
All right.
The when you have a situation where you can say after 75 days, Mr. Barnes, if you're still listening, I'm sorry, I'm not picking on you. I'm just using the examples that were spoken tonight so that everybody who heard can understand where I'm coming from based on fresh examples. You mentioned that your sales team does not get paid for uncollected balances after 75 days. So no commission is paid on past due amounts when they are collected after 75 days.
Correct.
No commission. All right, great. That means that your in-house accounting software is able to track everything on a day-to-day basis. You know how much material you moved in 1 month, 700 million. You know how much money is on the road, aging out 1 day, 30 days, 60 days. You know that information. So when you are generating your reports for your weekly meetings, sales meetings, those information are always used. That's what you use to drive gross profit margin targets. That's what you use to drive revenue targets. That's what you use to measure KPIs on which you measure staff performance. So that information is always fresh and ready. That tells me that anything outside of an audited can be prepared within the given time, because that information is always actively fresh and being used inside the company on a day-to-day basis.
Cool, but to their credit, it wasn't audited.
Yeah, man. I remember, I'm not, as I said, I'm using just the conversation tonight as an example so we can see where we're going.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
There's no other case on the junior market that in my view there's anything worth giving him that chance for. Let's be serious. We have companies on the junior market that lost their tax break because they were late with unaudited results.
Great.
Unaudited results. You give up 10 years of no tax for a set of results you could have write on your phone and send in. Nah.
Exactly. So I'm not my Atlantic example is not a discredit to Atlantic. It is just to show in terms of how the business operates, how their data flows. If a company, for example, is, and as I said, I'm going to use this example now. If a company, for example, is financially strapped for cash and they have not been able to pay staff, they are struggling to keep accounting staff, they're struggling to manage their back office operations because of whatever issues are happening with the company at a particular time. And they are thus unable to know their financial position at a given time.
We have those on the market.
You notice tonight I said I'm not calling any names, right? So if a company like that is late, then as an investor, I would understand the background as to what caused them to be late. Do I agree that they should be late still? No, they should not. And maybe if they are not in a position to move, if the leadership of that company continues to perpetually reflect the same type of situation years after years, then shareholders need to demand from leadership, hey, what are you doing? Maybe you're not the right manager for this business anymore. Maybe we need to bring somebody in who actually can lead us out of the doldrums and get us back onto a solid footing where the company can start growing again. But really and truly, outside of a situation like that, I can't understand how or why we get treated this way.
We get treated this way because the majority of the investing public has, in my view, never been mature enough to understand their responsibilities. And that's why, to always bring it back to us. Them need for it, there is no them. There is only what they have to do and what they are forced to do and what we force them to do. That's all that exists. There's no other angle. And these companies will only do what they're forced to do or what works best for them. That's why we get them talking about things like outside shareholders. What the hell is that? Or choosing not to put out something because it looked bad or whatever. But the first time you have to waste money paying the lawyer to defend the company because of XYZ and it looked bad, then cool. But if you can bank on the idea of the big man, and boy, I mean, because the big man, everybody have this, the big man, the big man, the big man. And so the big man gets away with rubbish under the auspices of, the big man. And that's also why I was happy to hear the actual big man Dino come on and talk about this, because he does not have to do it. So he didn't have to face it at all. Right? We've seen where this has happened with other companies and other things that happen with other companies, and at AGMs them give you all kind of foolishness, or they do the AGM only in person, or they put that over that you won't like, they figure you won't like, or they limit the amount of questions, like I heard Lopa saying earlier, 4 questions. You don't want that. The only way to stop that is to introduce the stick, because the carrot isn't working, and that's just on us. Until we do that, it's not gonna happen. So the first thing I'm doing, I can help people to know more. I can educate people with it. I can also help to remove, it seems subtle, but remove the prestige of when the share price goes up, because it has nothing to do with you. So in the same way, don't feel shame when the share price go down, because it has nothing to do with you. It's how I view you, but it's not you. Your work as a company is found in the profit. In the profit line and the revenue line and the expense management. That's where your work as a company is found, not in the share price. That has nothing to do with you. So I don't praise any of these companies when the share price is going up, and I don't beat them up when the share price is going down, because it has nothing to do with them. So hopefully, if they start getting used to the prestige of their share price not being attached to them, they will put that new energy into the responsibility of the company. That's the only way I can see it.
I may praise other companies when the share price go up, depending on
only if you do
reasons.
something good. Okay, so like let's say JMB has been doing the share buyback for a few years now, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down. I may praise other companies, meaning other companies, not that company. When a certain security share price go up, if I think the share price going up, they're involved in.
Yeah, I understood what you said. And I'm going down a similar road. I'm going down a similar road. I think I can't go down the road that way now, because you can load it up. In the event, as using JMB and the share price, the share buyback, most people I think most people spoke about the share buyback or around the share price with the expectation that the share buyback should send the share price higher, without even thinking about it or what it should mean. They being JMB they've said they put on what, 300 million for the share buyback. In that time, the share price has fallen from
$30 to $14.
not $30. Like, I mean, if you go to November 2019, the APO time, you're looking at $50, $50 per share. August 2019, around the start of the APO time, $51 all the way to where we are now, $15, right? So that's a drop off in price of what? Let's be precise here. 70%, 70.5% drop in share price. I don't consider the share buyback to be a contributory factor to it, one way or another, because I know how share buybacks actually work and what they would do. Now, if they were to do an aggressive share buyback, or a share buyback in the way that share buybacks can be done to impact the share price going up, then I would praise them. But no company does a share buyback that way. They do it the way that they're doing. They've spent maybe about half of the money at this point. Out of the 300 million, they've spent maybe about half, 140 something mil.
Yeah.
And obviously, you see what it has done. I said that for us as investors asking for companies to do share buybacks, I'm not necessarily for it, because I'd rather than pay it out as a dividend. I can use that money better than you can. That's the truth. I can use that money better than you can, because you using it for
You know
remote.
what's funny? You know what's funny for that is that the in defense of the decision making at JMB, the person who identified retail as non-fundamental is 70% poorer today with the same amount of shares than when he was making that conversation.
I don't know
And
if they have the
if
same
that
amount of shares. I think they've
if
sold
if
some.
if that does not, yet well, aside from the sales, that if that does not open your eyes to see that the influence of retail is important on your own holdings well-being, then I don't know what is going to open their eyes. I think the only person who has really actively at that level in recent time defended his company is Michael Leachin. And them's a pressure bus pipe, all right? But
To also make diamonds.
it does.
Yeah.
It does. And I believe it's on the show, maybe my last conversation here, where I said, I really want to see him win this one. And part of the winning is him taking action to make things better, not just for him, but for all of us in the market. And I would love for the team at JMB to reflect on that situation and take action just the same way, to understand that having retail on your side, even if they only hold 3 or 4 or 5% of the business, can be a huge lever to your own growth and wealth, and is generally beneficial. I'm saying rising tide float all ships. Retail is a tide.
Big up you guys on the call that have 3%, 4% of JMB. You know, good job.
Right? Retail is a tide in my view. And if the tide leaves you, the tide leaves you. And if you're grounded, and you can be grounded for a very long time. You can be grounded for a
Yeah.
very, very long time. There are companies on the exchange that have been grounded because of decisions made by legacy management that don't feel that the actions that are needed to be taken are to be taken, because they don't see it that way. And I always raise the point about the impact of how freely they continue to benefit and enjoy the company's resources for their personal, what do you call it, emoluments or pay or whatever you want to say, right? And again, guys, directors, majority shareholders, and your representatives and your teams, we are all part of the same game. We are all trying to do the same thing: grow
We're not.
wealth.
Oh,
We're all
well.
trying to leave
Okay.
something for our families. We're all trying to make our lives better. We're all trying to be a part of something bigger than our individual selves. And if you feel that by bypassing your knee, you can get to your waist, I don't know how that's going to work for you. You have to remember, it takes all of us to make this thing work and be profitable in a really sensible way and a lasting way. Market can't operate by itself without people.
That's true.
Market is the people.
That's true.
And
Here,
when
here.
you start discriminating against the people are going to discriminate against your company. And they will do it by not participating in your share offers. They will do it by even withdrawing their own personal business with the entity, because they will look at you and say, you don't care about me. Let me go to the next person who cares about me. Let me take my money that I spend with a business somewhere else. We like to talk about spending money in the companies that we own. If I don't own JMB and I own Scotia, I'm going to go to Scotia.
Mhm.
Right? So I think overall, the whole attitude is what is a great contributor to how disclosure works currently. The attitude of senior management and the boards has a great impact on how companies see the importance of disclosure and how they manage their timeliness with disclosure. I am very concerned about detail as an entity. Detail that I believe you once said on one of your earlier programs that was the aim of the CEO was to continue acquiring businesses over
Yeah,
a certain cycle.
that's true. He did say as long as he's able, he'll be buying one every year. And to his credit, he
Yeah.
bought CFF. It's a banger.
Arosa,
He
yes,
bought
Woodcats.
well. I was just going to do the good ones first. He bought CFF, and he bought Woodcats, and those
Yeah.
Until
two,
they weren't able.
yeah, those two are bangers. Those two are really good buys in my view. The rest,
Yeah, you also bought Arosa,
well,
and
no,
don't knock Arosa. Arosa was a
I don't
functioning
need to.
business
Was
that
it?
was bought. Yes, it was. Was a specialty maker of sausages and stuff like that that had a strong clientele on the North Coast. It is why Arosa was attractive. Arosa also owned very valuable real estate, which has become much more valuable real estate now. And
So what happened?
is in it is situated in one of, if not the fastest growing commercial center in Jamaica right now,
Which is
along the Draxall stretch,
Draxall, correct? Yeah.
right? And
Yeah, what do you think is going to
I
be the Draxall of St. Thomas?
that is Bowden Wharf goes back into the family business, and the family business is not going anywhere. You say you don't want me to call any unlisted companies on the show, so let's not talk about unlisted companies on the show. Honestly, I want to talk about the coconut company, but yeah,
Separate?
but yes, but Arosa, the announcement, Lopo, is that we are selling the land at half price.
Really?
I can't understand how something that is worth 2 times the amount, that is located in one of the hottest real estate markets right now, you are selling for half price.
Sound
Give-
like
given
$1 billion losses
half
kind of moves.
half price sweat out. Half of the value sweat out.
Probably.
Is that what you're saying? The only thing I can think of is that the only thing I don't even want to open this can of worms, but the only thing I can think of is that the sale price is being the structure is being set up where there is an entity of which DTL is going to be part owner, that the other percentage price value is going to go into. I can't see any other way. I cannot see it going to a sweat situation like Woodcats. That would be phenomenally in your face, blatant, box me down and lift me up and box me down again to shareholders.
I mean, Woodcats was this year.
Yeah, like this year.
But you get the first punch and you're still stunted, and you get the second one. Yeah, I am just wondering.
Not to be too tangential, and and also not to absolve anything, but because I'm a sports guy and I'm seeing what's happening to the guy that owns the Lakers and the Dodgers. Anything is possible. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, anything is possible. But what I'm saying is, in this case, I am hoping that's not what's happening. I hope what they have done is they have created an entity that will, after this deal is structured out and everything, that detailed shareholders see that
them chop him line.
You right?
Yeah, man.
Ready for us?
Yo.
Thank you.
I never know so them links are so strong, bro.
Boy.
The man them call Elon immediately and say, get him out.
Cut that.
Where's probably that Diana use Starlink?
And big up. Come back if you can, but it's okay if you don't. It's okay if you don't, because you sound like you're on one tonight, and you're touching some heavy questions, which again, there's not wrong with that. The questions are to be asked, and that's exactly what we want. I think what he's referencing is this article where the parcel of land, this is a Financial Gleaner article from the end of July. I'll just quote one bit. The parcel of land is owned by Arosa. Dermont Trading plans to sell a 12.36 acre parcel of land in Draxall to an entity managed by Different Capital at roughly 40% below its independently appraised value, in a move that would shore up cash flow for the supermarket operator. I mean, Dan, I think that's what they call a distressed sale, right? Because if the entity is distressed, I can buy the bimmer now, but I know you can't afford the bimmer. So I'm going to wait until month end when the light bill come, and I'm going to offer you a lot less for the bimmer, and then you're going to sell me it for cheaper because you have to. Or you're going to have to move out of the place, or you can't pay the bimmer. Or I'll just wait until you go to Zimise, and then my boys will capture it anyway because you're not paying for the bimmer, right? That's how it works. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It is certainly something that has to be questioned by the company. But
It's either distress or love or love and affection, So
no, what was the actual term? Love and is it love and affection?
Yeah, man, I love and affection, man.
Love and natural affection, I think.
Oh, maybe.
Love and affection, love and natural affection. Yeah, it's a legal way to transfer property without money.
Big up pressure.
Documents obtained by the Financial Gleaner show the parcel of land is owned by Arosa Limited, a subsidiary of Dermont Trading. So I think that's what Dan was talking about before. Them cut him line. Yeah, I don't want us to go too long. So was there somebody else? Oh, I said, well, he's back. Dan, you hearing us? Yeah. If you're hearing us, you're muted, Dan.
Yeah, I could have heard. I heard you, and I heard the thing that Lopo said about Page Elon to kick me out, but I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, but I mean, as I said, unless that entity that is managed is partially owned by them, I cannot see how you would sell 12 acres of land at 40% discount in an area that there's a high demand for properties. There's no land there that is available.
Well,
so
if you're
you
going
you literally have a gem sitting there that I'm sure people would scramble to buy.
So you're saying partial ownership, but we see who they're selling it to.
No, they're selling it to an entity managed by Different.
It was an entity managed. Okay.
The wording that was used.
Okay.
Mhm.
I just hear from Randy, because when me there in the space, me can't look on the screen.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. That's what it said. Those are the exact words.
Yeah. So
To an
unless
entity managed by Different Capital, but you know how that goes. It might be a holding company, might be a St. Lucia
Right.
holding company.
But what I'm saying is I don't want that 40% to sweat out of the
But
shareholders.
what about the distress capital, the distress sale sort of thing? Because Derrimon is not doing well financially.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Last year they booked a loss. They booked a loss last.
And blame it on the ERP system.
Okay, and the year before that was the ERP system, right? Was 1.2 billion loss.
Mm-hmm.
Was it? No, yes, it was 1.2 billion loss. But I don't know if that was the ERP.
They're saying this is just now that they're in recovery mode because they have fixed the ERP problem. They have gone to a new system and abandoned the old system.
ERP system can't make you lose money, right? That's not.
Well,
okay.
They did not know what they had in the warehouse.
The year
it's just 1.2 billion. I don't like 3 billion minutes the other day.
2025 it was 2.4 billion. So let me just, my money JA can tell us. So 2024 it was a loss of 1.2 billion, and in 2025 is a loss of 2.4 billion. So they doubled the loss. But so far this year, they've equal the loss that they've had last year, so they're on track to lose the same amount of money this year. But
with the system fixed and the New York operations restored.
well,
And Woodcats IPO'd off and spun out and not being a burden anymore.
I am struggling to find the silver
What
lining.
was it a bird? Was it a bird? I thought it was
Uh,
one of the better things
You
that they
don't, you
had.
don't, you don't hear them say pallet now sell. There's a decline in the demand for pallets. Did you see that report recently?
yeah, I saw that, but I didn't
A few
believe it.
months ago, they told us how
All
they
of
were
a sudden,
expanding into furniture and they were going to be doing all these big things with the IPO money and yada yada yada. CEO came on and gave a nice talk on Kalida's program.
yeah, but before that, they were talking about what a great business policies. So
Of course. It's the same thing JMB did with G West. Great business. And then in less than 2 years after listing the company, they put underweight on it.
Well, okay. Here's this. Here's
Okay.
this. Suppose they sell the land to the REIT at that discounted price, but they IPO the REIT. And so that's good because the REIT as an entity would be able to book the difference between the purchase price and the valuation as
How much they read them own, Andy?
say that again?
yeah, which read them on.
I am sorry. So I am proposing that maybe
There's
the
no
REIT,
disclosure given to us that them own any REIT or form any subsidiaries.
Yeah,
true.
so I will read. I go get that sweat there with Diana talk.
The whole reason why I brought it up is because of we are talking about disclosures, and the company has not disclosed to us that they have done the creation of a REIT or they have created a subsidiary to hold the real estate that was formerly held by Arosa. They have not.
Because I don't think them own a REIT there. I don't think them are going to own a REIT either.
Well, let Randy continue sharing his pipe dream for us then. Go ahead, Randy.
What I could see
Mr. Ambition.
I could see a situation in which the REIT is a company put together and the land is sold to that REIT and the REIT is listed, and of course the shareholders of Derriman would have gotten 70% of the value of the land that's sold, but the other 40 would hit the REIT, and I guess maybe you could have like a dividend in specie and give shares in the REIT to shareholders of Derriman also.
Ambition,
That one magic man, you know.
free.
That one magic man. Yeah.
All of this is doable.
Ambition is
Mayberry has
free.
done this, not with real estate. Mayberry has done this in the past.
They signed with they did not
Exactly.
sign with Mayberry, sir.
Guaranteed fees.
And I think they have left Mayberry a long time ago where the
Guaranteed
sense
fees.
comes from. So
I'm hoping hope springs eternal. I mean, they could
Hope is not
do
happening.
that. They could do that.
Give your heart to hope.
Yeah, they could do that, and it would shore up their balance sheet, and it would also provide them with much needed cash because detail itself is in a bad way if these results are to be believed.
You realize that 12 acres could be developed without them spending a single cent and managed by them on completion without spending a single cent and still owning the land afterwards and having people put money in the ground to build buildings on the land that they occupy and pay management fees back to them for, and they still own that property going forward. It's been done before and it can be done again. And we're talking
But
about
they are doing all of that. They're just removing. They are doing all of that, Diane. They just all of that is being done. Different is managing the REIT, and different is managing the REIT, and the development is going to be done. Is intended to be done.
Diane, you want to work here? You want to stick on that land work here? Where you just map out all that?
Absolutely not, bro. Listen, hey, that I think the only other thing I'm going to say tonight, I'm going to leave the conversation there, and I don't want directors not to get some rest tonight. Um, um, they on the positive side of disclosure, um, for its impact, we have seen how company disclosure can drive market action. And we look at Trans Jamaica recently, and we look at how eager, and in the spaces we're seeing people asking the questions, hey, how much is the dividend yield currently? When is the next meeting for the next dividend? You see people eagerly looking towards the company for information. And we see a company that listed on the cusp of one of the worst times in the last 6 years for investment, COVID. And when I say worse, I mean there are opportunities everywhere, but I'm talking about in terms of on the general economy and people's lives being shut down and so forth. The company listed and has surged immensely. We hear a lot of persons, Trans Jamaica. Yeah. No, man, not then. I'm just saying it from when it listed at what would have been like the darkest hour of our lives to where it is now, and how going from a point of launching in darkness to a place where in retail, the retail investor is looking and listening for notes from the company. The retail investor is looking at the road and connecting the impact of the road on their lives. The investors are looking on the expansion of highways across Jamaica and saying, I'm buying shares because Trans Jamaica is, even if Trans Jamaica is not yet connected to the road. For example, a few weeks ago, I heard somebody saying, yes. So I heard somebody saying, um, and this is a random person who, when Trans Jamaica came out, he bought 800,000 shares, and his wife bought 800,000 shares, and they took loans from their credit union. This is a regular, a regular, regular, regular person. I'm not talking about a person with high income. I'm not talking about a person with extensive investment knowledge. So they both bought 800,000 shares, 1.6 million shares, times that by 12. I'm sure the next time I see him, I must ask him how he's feeling, because that is something that must make him feel very good, right? Yes, man. Yeah, man. I think it is. Yes, yes, yes. They both bought at IPO. Mhm. So, so looking at that type of person who then is, I'm hearing a conversation, and the one of the persons works, has a relative who works in a bank, and this is what they were saying. I was overhearing the conversation, and the lady was saying to her friend, say, I buy some shares in an IPO in a Trans Jamaica, and me hear say price gone up, me hear say price gone up, and like she referenced her relative who worked at the bank. I was saying she was telling her relative at the time that she wanted to buy more, and the relative was discouraging her from buying more because of COVID, and she insisted on buying more, and she bought more, and she's now saying when she sees the work that is happening on the Mobe bypass, that she can't wait till it's done, because she knows at that time she gonna make money. And I know, so imagine, imagine that person thinking that no, and thinking that on the back of all of the positive sentiment around the company currently, and looking down the road, that's not somebody who's going to be jumping to sell. That person is visually seeing something in front of them that they tie to their company, that they believe they're going to be a part of in the near future, right? So,
That type of tangibility is what I really like about Atlantic. Just think it's a very tangible thing to see and
mm,
invest around.
of course, of course. Shit. Oh my God. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Not yet.
Yeah. So that for me is the positive power of disclosure. And I mean, TJH has not
What
really
disclosure
done.
have to do with that? Sorry, no. What is
What do
this?
you
What
mean?
disclosure have to do with that?
Simple, simple reporting, positive reporting,
Dad,
positive news. No, no, no. It is.
damn.
It is a form of disclosure. Lopen. Yeah.
That never made the price go from 1 to 12. Oh, go on, yeah, man.
I'm not telling you what made the price go from 1 to 12 in a Lopa. I'm telling
uh,
confident. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I that them did see. Oh, sorry.
blue chip.
Sorry.
Randy, them say not hearing on YouTube. Somebody say not hearing on YouTube.
Hearing me on YouTube. I'm so sorry. I think I fixed it. Yeah, I think the mic kicked off for a second, but they're hearing everybody else on YouTube. Thanks, Danai. I don't I don't know. Yeah, maybe good reporting. Scotia is a good example. Scotia reports well, and
Yeah.
that's why so many institutions have been so happy about owning Scotia shares, and that's why you see them balling now.
Yeah, and they love it so much. They love reporting so much. They're like, let's never report again.
You know, it's a growing trend though of delistings in across markets. And maybe one brick talk we can talk about potential delisting companies, potential for the companies to be delisted, or a list of companies that potentially could become delisted in the next 3 to 5 years
I mean,
on the exchange.
Sounds horrible.
yeah,
We would have a bad
Ooh,
time.
it's a part of the market, Lopo.
it's
It's
a
not
part of the
horrible.
market. It's a healthy
Yeah,
part of the
it's a part.
market. If anybody else wants to send a speaking request, now is the time to do it because we soon wrap up. And while we do that, Dan, sure, let me hear. We'd have to have a deep convo about it, but tell me a couple of them that you think might delist then next 3 to 5.
Um, JBG.
When you said delist willingly,
Yes.
or
Uh
you think the new
no,
owners will delist it?
we would have to talk. We'd have to talk about that on a different. As I said, we're
Yeah.
not going to
Yeah,
detail. But if we have a conversation, we talk about it or in the group or something. But
Okay.
they're on my list. CHL.
Okay.
And I hate to say it, but learn. ISP
Hate
maybe.
to see it.
Yeah, I think ISP could be absorbed and then maybe turned into a shelf or something else, maybe. But the loan book sold and the company sold off to somebody else, and the shell changed around to something. That's not really a delisting, but yeah, but the company would disappear.
APG, ISP,
CHL, NCD.
CHL. CHL,
Yeah.
okay. NCB, okay.
Yeah.
I could say
Yeah,
Yeah, I
NCB.
think
it's a
if, for example, a large international entity wanted to enter the banking space in Jamaica, but they didn't want to have a listed company and they wanted the NCB footprint, they could actually do a really good deal, give Michael Leach shares in their existing entity, and they take NCB and delist it.
Or
And
just give him cash. Assuming that they
I
haven't
think he would
already.
still keep. Yeah, well, yeah.
I that's not far fetched. I can also, if I was buying NCB, I'd delist it
Yeah.
because of what you can do once you've delisted it. In fact, you have to make it pay for itself. Maybe we'll list it back in 5, but that first 5,
Fix it up and come again. Spin off a
fix it
couple.
up, but it have to pay for it. We just buy it. It's got to pay for itself. It's like Atlantic, right?
Mhm.
That's not bad. JBG. I could see Carib Cement delisting.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Arley's being sold.
Definitely. Well, funnily, I don't think CMEX would sell it. I think our market is kind of like a cornerstone for a couple of things, and I think
Yeah.
I think
Protected
unless they
and
were
the margins
to
high.
unless they were to find themselves in a situation where the tariff on cement was no longer an issue,
If that
and then they
drops,
could
then
just
definitely
shift.
have to sell it.
Yeah,
If that drops, you
then
have to sell it.
definitely lock it down the next day after that.
Yeah. Because you're dead either way. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think that tariff will be stopped.
Brazil or Turkey or Mexico, and that's it. And you're done.
Yeah.
I mean,
And what's the motivation for these delistings? Because I have some that I just feel like my thoughts would be a different motivation. Like,
I'm not going off feelings purely. I am looking at how the businesses are now and the risks to the businesses, and what owner temperaments might look like that I may have come across, and that's just how I look at it. Those are the ones really.
I'm not gonna be surprised when CPJ is no longer on my money.
CPJ.
CPJ.
Okay. Why? Like
Oh, by the way, as you bring up CPJ, you remember CPJ had an ERP problem, much like DTL, at one time. And you recall, if I recall correctly, heads rolled for that.
Yeah, and the price is around about where it was around them time too. Right.
No, I don't remember that at all. I don't. I'm lying. I do remember it, and I remember thinking then also ERP system. I think it was 100 million that was burnt, and that's rubbish.
Nice little money,
That's rubbish. I thought it was rubbish then. I still think it's rubbish now. But I could see CPJ being absorbed into ASP. Yeah, or separate itself. Yeah, I could see it being absorbed easily.
I mean, hey.
There's actually no reason for them to stay listed now, is there?
I noticed whenever I say Randy favorite.
What's my favorite?
Dolphin Cove.
Oh, no. I don't think so. I think if our warrior director, who Stafford Borders, who is a man who is a category of the old guard. Those men know how to fight, and they know how to lose, and they know how to win, and they know how to win again.
But he hasn't lost at all. He hasn't lost at all. But I think we'll talk about that.
No. Yeah. When I say lose, I'm not saying in this situation he has lost. I mean in his life's experience.
Yeah, speaking specifically to this situation.
Don't mean lose. It's like,
Yeah, so I don't think he's off the ilk of people who give up easily or are afraid to roll up his sleeves and be the dolphin or get them medicine he has to,
We'll talk in group. I don't want to say it on Brick Talk. I'll talk in group to give you some idea of my thinking around Dolphin Cove as it is right now. I don't want to put that out on the public. But Dolphin Cove, yeah, but I mean, geez, thank you as always, Dan. He always some wonderful views to the thing. Yeah, some wonderful views. We love it or hate it. It's always good. I do love hearing it. Not Jevi Sosa. What's up?
Night.
Night,
I just
night.
wanted to say one thing. Adding to the delisting point, you can throw JMB in it too.
Who?
Prime for takeover.
No, by
This
who?
is perfect.
Almost anybody.
Perfect for anybody
Yeah.
can take that over now.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're going to
And
buy the Clico shares? You're
and
going to buy the
look
Clico shares
on
first?
how no man, look on how the
Man said no.
what do you call that now? The holdings of it still like split up multiple parts
amongst
of
the
it.
family. Yeah.
You have to break the family. Forget that though.
Not
That's a
really.
challenge.
Not really. It's
Not
already
really.
broken. It's already broken up.
Because look at it this way. Remember how
Proven.
JBG was together and then the family sold? So pieces of the family sold?
Mm-hmm.
No, man. It is in the shareholders' trust, man. What you say?
Yeah, but the trust is broken.
Yeah, but the trust is what? The trust is what took the family's piece.
Yeah, but the shares
the
are still
trust.
embargoed in the trust.
Watch me,
Yeah,
Dan.
but the trust is not theirs.
Hear this.
Is it?
Hear this idea.
Who is the owner of the
Barita
shares?
buys proof. Huh?
Yes.
And
we know the path, and comes with grab the proven shares of JMB.
But they can't, or maybe the government doesn't allow them to.
Approval, right?
And so they choose to spin it off to whoever gives them a good deal, and whoever gives them a good deal,
right, partners with them.
Not partners with them. I mean, partners like how RJ and Glena did partner, or like how we have find a better thing. Panjam JP partner.
Right.
Yeah,
One but two.
I could see some, and if a new controlling owner comes in, I could see them choosing to the only thing I think would stop the delisting is how expensive it may be.
Regulations.
No, just maybe how expensive it might be.
Okay.
It's one thing. It's one thing if you're dealing with one party and you get a good chunk of the thing, and then you go to the public for the rest, like with Scotia. In this case, I mean, the proven stake you get in 20. Even if you said the proven stake and the Panjam stake move together, you're still not getting as much. If the proven stake, the Panjam stake,
you think Panjam would sell their stake?
I think Jeffrey Hall's company has said recently that they are looking at divesting quite a few assets.
Floating some assets.
Yeah,
over the next couple of years.
Few years.
If I were him, I would be buying. If I were him, or at his helm, I would be buying more of it every day. I would be actively looking for ways. Oh, you mean then we can naturally move into a situation where I don't have to be in a situation where the company is sleeping and I can wake it up.
I don't need to wake it up. I sell what I have and I move on. I get money and I use the ways that JP uses capital is at least so far more effective than how many other places use capital. So if you need cash for it, go ahead.
Okay. Well, that
and they're not losing. They have Sagicor. I mean, hell, you could sell it back to Sagicor.
Hey, you know when you say it that way, but then it's a circle because Sagicor comes back around to JMB.
Yeah. So you could sell it to Sagicor.
Yeah.
And that widens the entire group.
Yeah.
And you're selling it you're getting it for a song. NCB is cheap. No, JMB is cheapest. I saw a headline recently saying
and about to get cheaper.
It's sad. It's so sad.
It's so sad to see
that,
and worth more than the entire company.
Yeah, it as I said earlier, I hope that the gentleman who identified us as non-fundamental investors is in a reflective mood in 2026 about
what I mean, probably him for sell. I'll leave personality.
Exactly. Yeah,
I'll leave
exactly.
you.
Reflective.
No, I mean, in all seriousness though, that the
We know what they
impact,
do.
the impact. Oh God knows, Star. You have a company that was born out of
Love.
real Jamaican grit,
Yes.
single mother.
Yes.
Yeah, hey, people don't understand the legacy of this company.
They do, but legacy don't pay the bills, my brother.
Exactly.
Oh man, come
Legacy
on,
don't
man. It's
legacy don't. All right, so bite then and pin it up.
And that may I say,
Pull a barita.
Take it
Pull a
over, man.
barita.
Take
that
it over, man.
exactly, and that was about to say.
Yo,
Take it
Diane,
over,
it's
man.
called PB. Might just say, let's buy it.
Yeah, let's say. That's true.
We don't have a bank yet, a bank like this yet, We probably have a bank like something
Yeah,
else.
imagine what
A
he do
bank
with
like
this. Jim B has a presence in every market that he's gone into, though. Trinidad.
See, you know,
Barbados.
bank before.
Man, no buy that him just do bank problems. I must that.
Nah, what kind of bank problems?
Everybody
Everything
want
was
bank problems, bro.
smooth out with him, my brother. Smooth out, yeah. Anyway, always insightful, Dan. And thank you, Jevy.
Diane, right?
Yeah, Dan
Yeah.
and Jevy. So says you
No
really
problem.
hell of a point. You really joined
I was going
Justice,
to mention, the Carib Cement, but you mentioned it first. Around the
Okay.
time when Carib Cement was selling after that South American, not South American, Central American company, a lot of the operations
They keep
were being sold
repositioning.
off. I wondered if Jamaica was next at one point.
It may be. It's just that
And
Jamaica is
that
so lucrative.
it hasn't been off my list yet.
You know what could even trigger it too? It don't even have to be the tariff removal. If Domrep gets full admission to CARICOM, they have been waiting for years.
Earlier
Did they
when
sell
Daniel
the
was
doc?
talking about what happened in
already?
06, when Daniel was talking about what happened in 06, I was going to mention that
No man,
some
Domrep
would
is
say,
not.
no man. When he
Yeah.
mentioned what happened in 06 with cement, I was going to mention that some would say that maybe the reason Domrep is not in CARICOM and is constantly maybe kept out of CARICOM is because of that. Yeah, because that changes the game a lot. But you have to be deep in the game to understand that. Yeah. You have to be deep in the game to understand that. I don't think I as a shareholder, I don't think Domrep should be allowed in CARICOM.
Imagine.
Plus, I don't like what they did to Haiti, so screw them. They can join when them sort that out.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's hard. I know I'm generalizing, but it is what it is. It's hard. But yeah, they knock a couple of businesses if they join. And hey, they might anyway. Who knows? Anything could happen. Why were you saying it though, not Jevi Sosa? Tell us that, because I know I cut you off a while ago when you were talking.
Oh, with the Carib Cement? Yeah, because they were offloading a lot of Caribbean operations. Right, or close to Caribbean operations and cutting off. I think they cut off even Singapore. I think they cut off
quite a few places.
Barbados and Trinidad.
Yeah, I think Turkey also.
Yeah, they cut off a lot of things over the past few years.
Yeah.
Right, and that was when I realized that probably Jamaica can be next. They said they were focusing on
US market.
and
US market.
And Central America, which is Mexico. They said Mexico and US.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wondered if
the wild card
TCL and Carib Cement was next.
Yeah, the wild card is always on my radar too is Holcim, because Holcim has a footprint here as well. They're joint venture partners in Jamaica Aggregates. So they have a footprint here. They know the market. So that is the next thing. I wonder sometimes if they decide to exit, if there will be some form of if there will be some form of maybe milling of clinker that's shipped here, and then you cut out the actual production.
Like what they did to Trinidad.
Yeah,
I think that
yeah.
only happens if they lose the
The
cement
protection.
tax. Yeah, if they lose the cement. It definitely happens if they lose the cement protection,
Yeah,
because it's too
so
expensive to do a cement factory here otherwise. So we just go to marketing and distribution. You're right, and that it should be another conversation. I don't want to drag this out too long. So I'll say thank you to everybody. I'll go through some of the YouTube comments. Thank you very, very much, Dan, Anjali, and everybody else. Anybody want to jump on while I go through these? This is the last of it while we talk. Ingrid said on Twitter, very good discussion. Thank you, Ingrid. And then Roswell Campbell said many persons bought up Atlantic hardware stock in October at a price of 190. And I think she's many persons. I think she's many persons, because she's at a price of 190. And if I remember correctly, Atlantic went up to $2 something, right?
Very specific.
Very, very specific. A price of 190. And on the backbone, that building project will be going up because of the hurricane that landed in October. I mean, Roswell, I think so, and I think that it will be back at those prices and higher in the future. But some questions still need to be answered. But as you hear, the company is still massively strong. There's no question about that. This one to you, Danai. What are your thesis on Kintyre Holdings?
Oh no, man, I share that, man.
Shay jump off. I'm saying curious, so should have come back on. What are your thesis on Kintyre Holdings? They've been getting in new personnel to help with the growth of the company. Some new income stream initiatives also have been added. Roswell, we definitely need another episode for that. We could have an
man.
On just Kintyre. Yeah. Still my most interesting company on the market. It's suspended now. I think actually the biggest question in my mind is, are they actually coming back? I actually don't know. I don't know if they're coming back. They could be delisted.
Yeah, man. They say come man when the report ready. They say the report after it's ready. So when this one finally done,
August 28th, when I must see the report with the 12 different ventures were just gone.
Ingrid step 9868, it says, what do you think about NCB no longer allowing fund transfer from their investment arm to JTrader?
That's a good one.
That's a major one.
That's a good one. I think it's a come good.
That one rock me.
Yeah.
I would just start use it.
Yeah.
That one rock me.
Sound like you just stop using.
Yeah, just stop using it too.
or if the system come good, then use it. Yeah? So
the system not good.
All right. So
every time you log in from the capital markets, you say you can't trade USD stocks unless
if you really want to use JTrader, there are multiple brokers that allow you to. So
correct. We have choices. I think for the market, it's I think for NCB it's a backward step. But there are lots of other JTrader brokers on the market.
And I worry now, seeing this, I worry about if Sagicor will do this too.
You mean when?
Considering that they have the e-bank thing now.
When? Yeah, that's what's
bro. Yo.
When?
Nobody put that in the ears, see? Nobody.
It's not if, it's a when. From what it's a win.
That's what I think too. It's a win.
What e-bank thing? What e-bank?
Encourage it now, you know. They're fully encouraging it.
So
what e-bank thing? Them mobile app is still a browser
website thing,
Like what you mean? What e-bank thing? You must be mad.
What I'll say is to NCB and Sagicor, you can email me at randy@mymoneyja.com and we can help you. We have a system for you. It's great. All right. And it's actually useful. And it is what investors want and need, and also what brokers want and need. And if you refuse to do that, I understand on your part, you cannot be one with your money. But I do think generally removing yourselves from JTrader, which admittedly is the best trading system in Jamaica, is a backward step. And us investors, retail investors, they lose from it. And I understand that there are certain hiccups or certain things that the integration of both your systems to JTrader might not work with, but I put that on you guys. You should integrate better. You should use the right team, and you need an understanding of the thing to do it well. Just it should have been done better. That's my point. And for us as investors, vote with your money. None of these companies love you. They don't care about you. They don't give a damn about you. Vote with your money. Move your money elsewhere judiciously. That's my truth. If you don't like it, if you like it, if you cool the service, if it's great, then stay. But if better is elsewhere, go elsewhere. Because as you can see, when these companies think that something is better for them, they do it like that. You notice it wasn't NCBs asking you if they should do it. It's as of September 18th, we're no longer doing it. And also, I gather from people who have told me that if you sign up right now, they're not really allowing any of the new people to do any JTrader, to come onto JTrader. So I think that's a backward step for them. But thankfully, there are other brokers out there that you can get JTrader with, and so you should go to them. JTrader is the best trading system right now. The fact that you can't do it, and I think with none of these systems other than JTrader can you do the arbitrage. Can you buy and sell in US and Jamaican in the same stock? The fact that you can't that alone.
You can't even buy a bond.
You can't even buy a bond.
Or
You
sell the bond.
You can't access the full market. No, that's
Randy, you realize this is again going back to the same disregarding of retail and
Yes.
side meaning of
Every
retail.
time.
Yes.
Every
Right.
time.
Yeah, I believe that there are not many people. Yes, let me just say, I'll leave it that way. I've had lots of conversations with lots of people in the space. I say yes, they don't think about the market. So it's for us to make them think about it. If they're not, go where your money is appreciated. I remember when Roswell again, Roswell looked like, I can tell you invest in two companies. I remember when Kintyre Holdings owed money, Mr. Tyrone name was all over the business news pages. Now when the company start doing good in terms of acquisition, the stock move from 30 to 70 cents. Roswell, I think you need to update yourself on what's happening with Kintyre.
Yeah.
I think you need to update yourself on what's happening with Kintyre. Yeah, I do
It's
agree.
not wrong. Lots of acquisitions.
Yeah. I do agree, however, with the separating the company from the person. So a lot of time people do that. Even I am guilty sometimes of doing it. You think Tyrone and not Kintyre, but the company is the company, the person is the person. Yeah.
You ever thought
Kintyre Holdings have a delay. Reason being the audit must reflect the true value and what the company. Yeah, Roswell, you need to catch up on what's really happening with it. Go ahead, Dan.
It's all right. I'll ask a question in the group.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jesus. Can an investor sell down a stock so low it would be considered manipulation or trading too low below a company's par value? No, Roswell, that's not possible. No.
Yeah, that's
Any price. Works. Yeah, the only way.
Price you buy it for?
Exactly. It is what it is.
Somebody wants and then buying it and you selling it, that's the market.
Exactly. Yes, you might think that, I'm going to buy it at 3 and now somebody has sell it down to 150. That's not manipulation. That's just the market.
Yes, this is the market.
Yeah.
You are willing to pay a price and somebody was willing to go lower.
Exactly. I think Javad on YouTube said that a lot of the IFRS changes affect presentation. So I don't think there'll be restatements. It's a breakdown of what's already presented. And of course, a future presentation in the new format. So yeah, what happens is that IFRS, the International Financial and Audit Standards, yeah, they believe in investor knowledge and they regard investors, and so they force companies over the years as they update their standards. What happens is that it forces companies to report in better ways, and that's a good example of disclosure and forcing. Companies wouldn't tell us a lot of things unless the IFRS forced them to. They wouldn't report things certain ways unless their standards force them to. And what happens is that the standards now force them to. How does the standard force them to? The standard is a standard. You don't have to follow it if you don't want to. But the law in Jamaica says you have to report along the lines of the standards. So it works that way. Heron says that he believes in his opinion that Tropical and Jamaica broilers should have been sued. Heron, if you truly believe that, sue them. That's the truth. Here comes your lawyer. Go ahead, counselor.
Yeah, man. Back to the point before, the person who mentioned IFRS 18. He was responding to something I said. If he's still listening, what will happen on the IFRS is that when the company reports its 2026 numbers in the current format, when they're doing next year's format on the report, what will happen is that the format used for 2026 cannot be used as the previous financial period in comparison to the current financial or the current reporting financial period, where you're using one standard for 2026 and another standard for 2027.
I know that. I know
So
that. I meant presentation wise, it's going to be different, but actual information
the
is not going to be
presentation
so
of
different.
the
Meaning
presentation, the
restatement wise.
restatement of what will happen when I say restatement. The restatement refers to how the numbers are broken out. So 2026 will have to be restated using the format of the IFRS 18 alongside 2027's number.
The comparative period, you mean?
No,
Correct.
I meant more along the lines of, yes, it's going to change the presentation of it. But if I made 10 million last year and the new set of statements come out and it was still going to show I made 10 million, but it's going to show
The
where I made
number,
the 10
no,
million from.
we're not saying the numbers are being changed.
No. That's what I
The
meant by restatement. That's what I thought you meant by restatement.
okay,
That's why I said it.
Yeah, it's just more details. So, for example,
It's
just
more
following
broken
your
down.
example there is like you made 10 million. When you restate it, you still show 10 million, but now you have to show that it's actually 6 million over here
correct.
and 4
That's
million
right.
over here that made up the 10 million. It's a very interesting set
essentially
of
going to be
standards.
cash flow part 2.
Kind of, yeah.
That's
kind
what
of,
it's going to be.
kind
Cash
of.
flow
But
part 2.
yeah,
And
I'm happy for it.
everybody has to have this. Nobody else can deviate from this if you use IFRS.
Yeah, and you have a
Because
choice.
nowadays, all the companies now, most of the companies now don't report along this. They do other things. Some people include depreciation in stuff, or some people just exclude it all. You have to find it in somewhere else and all of that. So
Or they're lumped together and not broken out, so you don't see segmented reporting, as we have asked for in some meetings. Probably people ask the questions, how much did you spend on this, and you don't get the answer. So we will have a greater insight into how the company's how the company is being operated, and where money is coming from, and where money is being spent in categories that we can then review with more detail.
All right. I see why Heron was saying what he was saying, because he says he's lost more than 750,000 on Tropical and JBG because of what he interprets as company misrepresentation of financials. I think maybe that has happened in JBG. I don't know if that happening in Tropical. I think Tropical, Heron made the decision to do an APO regardless of what the expected effect of that is on the investing public. So yeah.
Wasn't there also some issue that they had with some deal that they did? I think
I could have swear them cut your line earlier. What is happening, man? I'm not trying to remember that. I'm not trying to remember it. It's cool. It's cool. Actually, like I'm here. What no? Roswell say, JC know much of this type of tardiness, so why aren't they starting a good discussion on such issue? It's not the JC's job. These companies are the clients of the JC. JC gets money from them. So JC is not going to say this stuff. It's for us to have the conversation, which is why I'm having it here. So I'm happy that people are joining in and you are hearing it. It's not on the JC. The JC is doing their part. So like in the issue on the question, JC did their part. They followed their rules and they suspended the company. And then it's out of their hands at that point. It literally is out of their hands. It's not on them. It's on the government, actually, via the TAJ. If JSE wants to be cross-listed on the Caribbean, this has to be addressed. The JSE is the best market in the Caribbean. Simple. There's none better than the JSE. And there, I don't
What
think
was that? If it was to be cross-listed,
because that's what people that has been out there in the zeitgeist. People have been saying that for a while, you know. But the truth is, we can do another episode on that. But we are the best market in the Caribbean. Maybe they should buy some of the other exchanges. Debt challenging business environment. Somebody's did them sympathies. I'm not gonna read all of them, but I do want to just touch some of the important one. If a company is a good capital allocator, dividends not a good idea. I disagree strongly.
Disagree completely.
No company is better at managing money than I am. If you don't believe me, give me the money and I will show you.
That good capital allocator line. The whole point.
We're investing to get something, so I should not only be getting something only when I sell my shares. Maybe I would love to hold my shares and get something.
No, I'm completely fine if it doesn't pay dividends and I can get a good return from it. You know, but
yes.
At the end of the day,
yeah.
At the end of the day, a company having more money than they can reasonably do anything in the short term, it's fine. Pay some dividend.
And how you do the buyback matters too.
Especially a good capital allocator. That's not the same thing as doing a buyback. That's two different things.
True, but it is allocating capital because you'll be taking the cash
but
to buy
take
your shares.
A good capital allocator.
You know what? If they do the buyback, it's how they do the buyback. If they were to do
that's what I'm holding up. So yes, he's very right on the sense that if they do it properly, then sure. But also to say dividends is not a good idea. That's not no. So yes, if you're a good capital allocator, then they can do buybacks in a good way. That can make me say, okay, I'm fine foregoing a dividend for this period. But dividends not a good idea. Those two are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. Which company would
dividends
you be okay
can be a
with?
good idea in that sense.
Which company would you be okay with them taking the dividend money instead of doing a dividend they do a buyback? That's a hell of a question.
Good question.
Yeah. And you just come back down to Mayberry. They're probably the only ones that I trust to do a buyback like it should be done with the effect that it should have. And whoever it is that's doing that's been buying Trans Jamaica, them too. Then whoever is in Trans Jamaica and Mayberry guys. And it wouldn't maybe for like MJE. I trust like MJE doing a buyback of MJE shares.
Inside
and Jamaica is just a buy. I don't know if it's a buyback.
It's certainly not a buyback. I just meant the method of purchasing.
What, buy everything in the queue and move and then do it again?
Yeah, that's the best buyback. That's true. That's how a buyback is done well. That's the best buyback. I think the stock is worth 20 and the queue is currently selling at 8. So I take the buyback money and I buy everything in the queue. And the queue will fill back up at 9. I buy everything in the queue and I'm fine buying it because I think it's worth 20 and I'm fine buying it up to 10 or 11. That's how it should be done. No company currently is doing that on the market. Even JMB's buyback is defensive buybacks. You look at JMB's queue, you see it's defensive buybacks that they do. They don't do aggressive buybacks. They don't do aggressive buybacks.
Buyback when somebody call them and say, "Oh, we have this amount to sell now."
But you see the broker linked orders in the queue. I suspect some, if not all of these are JMB. So when people get frustrated and sell at 15 and 14 and sell it down to 13, then you see JMB they're doing a buyback because our defensive orders are being filled, not because we are aggressively buying down this side. My opinion anyway. What do I know? Barita did detail APO. Yes, they did. Detail get the part desperate. I read the news on the land sale saying 40% below land value. Yes, we've seen that. CEOs will always, that's a good point, Roswell. CEOs will always speak positively about their company. I think that's a great thing for us to know. We have to just look at the financials and look at what they're doing. And you buy companies on the low. That's nice. I don't know. I'm surprised you guys wrote this much on YouTube. I'm thankful for you guys talking about it. I'm not going to spend the whole night reading it out. Very, very thankful for the comments. Jump on the YouTube space whenever you want us to actually talk. We'd love to have a conversation with some of you. Some of you have done that over the years, and we're looking forward to more of that as we go. Phil Berg invests. I'll end with that one. We didn't hear him tonight, but he said SVL is one of the best allocators of capital in the market, but the dividend have to run. That is true. That is true on both counts, and the dividend does have to run. And he agrees with MJE buyback. Yeah, I think an MJE buyback would be done well. JMMB is waiting on the hands of those willing to sell at 17. Roswell, you really have to get updated to what's happening on the market. JMMB is at 15 right now and falling. So, well, to be fair, rising. It rose today, but
Rosalie, have you heard of a site called My Money JA?
13 on a bad day.
Yes, 13 on a bad day. That's true. Well, I don't know if it's a bad day, but next up.
Bad day for people who have it already.
70% losses.
We'll buy the APO.
Wow. Wow. You realize that requires 233% just to get back to break even? 233% profit just to get back to break even if you bought at if you're down 70%. Talk to Danai about how to get some of that ground recovered if you are in that sort of situation. You need an advisor that can help you, that can pay attention to your specific needs. And of course, track all of this with mymoneyja.com. Feel free to get yourself a premium account and come grow and learn how to do this yourself, right? This is the only way. Nobody else is going to be looking out for you. You can be sure that Danai is looking out for you. He has a fiduciary responsibility to look out for you, so he does. We don't have any fiduciary responsibility to you, but I put my own reputation on ensuring that my money J is accurate. And at Grow, I go more than the extra mile to ensure that you learn how to access the market, what to look out for, and how to learn how to make money. So it's not, I said learn 3 times, so that's a bad luck. But it's not about hearing which stock you must buy. It's about knowing what the things are to look for so that you can find out which stock you must buy on your own. So you don't have to depend on a link or somebody to tell you something. You can do it for yourself. evermickle.com/GRWR grow. Right. And as I said earlier, the next advanced grow is gonna be on that same point that I mentioned. I want to get the topic right, but the circuit breaker. It's part 2 of 3. Yeah. Circuit breaker. Definitely want to check that out. If you've done Grow before, and it's great for you. If you haven't done Grow, I'd recommend doing Grow first before you do this. I tend to, it is a step after Grow, and it's not, I know you might have a lot of knowledge, I'm not knocking it, but a lot of people have a lot of knowledge, and then you realize that the specific things needed to understand the market tends not to come along by accident, and it's not what they teach typically. So do Grow first, and you can do this. But if you're insistent that you can understand and you want to do this first, I'm not going to say no, I'll take your money and I'll do the best job I can. And usually when people do that, what happens is that afterwards they go, I should have done Grow first, and then they come and they do Grow. Either way, works for you. Check it out. And I'm going to end on that note. So thank you guys. Thank you guys very, very much for joining us this week. Thank you, Danai, for doing this. Thank you, Shay, for the time that you're on. Shay, jump off, and I don't see her come back on. I'm sitting on a speaking request, and I didn't hear her again. But thank you. And of course, thank you very much to DNL for coming on again.
Definitely.
That's disclosure that's not needed. And I'm speaking for myself, him doing that and the things that he has been doing has, in my book, it's a great thing. It has been a great thing in my book. And it has restored some confidence. in me in terms of what's happening in the company. And the truth is, whatever is about to happen in the future is out of the company's power, I believe. So it's either fix or it don't fix, but the things that are within the company's power, I trust the CEO. So I would not want a different CEO unless them can show me how they're going to make even more money and, you know, pay out some dividends and do all the things that will make us want to buy the shares so that the price go all the way up. And of course, thank you to Danai and everybody else who joined. Danai, have anything else you want to leave with?
No, the usual. Best up, people. See you guys next week. Keep investing. And if you haven't started, start investing.
Yeah, man. Trust me. It's been another Brick Talk. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.